Lord is calling back Israel.
Babylon from Panama, Cat, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans,
AHAYAH's gathering. The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With a great escape, we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. So we be
Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii.
The Lord is calling back Israel.
Babylon from Panama, Cat, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans,
AHAYAH's gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us,
at gunpoint,
together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. AHAYAH gather us
in Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans,
AHAYAH's gathering Israel.
Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians.
AHAYAH's gathering Israel.
Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans.
That's who we be.
Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians, Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the Isles of Hawaii.
The Lord is calling back Israel.
Babylon from Panama, Cat, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans,
AHAYAH's gathering Israel.
Shalom, brothers and sisters. I'm Elder Ricard Shiar, along with Elder Lawyer, with your weekly broadcast from the Gathering of Christ Church. I wanted to make sure you all can filter in. And yes, do we have a good broadcast for you this evening? We have Elder Gabar in tow. And of course, we will open up the lines for you all to call in, whether you agree or disagree, to give your comments, questions, or whatever the case is. We'll open the lines at 9 o'clock. I hope you all are doing well. And of course, you can hit the like button or the dislike button. I don't care, because that drives the algorithms towards the broadcast for those who are not looking at the broadcast at this time, who probably didn't receive their notifications. Okay. I'm going to ask you again, because we say this in front of all of our broadcasts, that for some reason YouTube mysteriously unsubscribe people from our channel. So make sure after the broadcast you go to the direct channel. Make sure you hit the subscribe button again on the channel and hit the button. And when you hit the button, on the drop down, it'll ask whether or not you would like to have all notifications when this channel goes live. So these are all the steps they must take us through in order for you to actually get the notifications that that our church is actually broadcasting. At one time, YouTube, before Google purchased it, it wasn't like that. Okay? Before Google purchased it, you would subscribe and automatically YouTube would assume that the person subscribing wants the content. Want to be notified when a video is uploaded or there's a live. But they went through all these different steps so that they can actually, have deniable plausibility by claiming, well, that person didn't want to see it. So that because if they wanted to see it, they would have knew all these 30,000, points to hit to get it. So they made it very, very hard for those in a society now that's, microwave, where usually they just know that attention spans are short and people wouldn't go through all that to get the notifications. But some of you understand how important this information is and go through the steps. So again, you don't even have to be computer savvy for this. Just make sure you go to our channel, A Gathering 144, hit the subscribe button. Right next to that, you'll see a bell. That bell is for notifications. Hit that bell. And then when it drops down, it'll ask you, well, how much content would you like to see from this channel? Make sure you hit notify me for all broadcasts. Okay. And this way, you'll know in advance once we schedule a show, the times will be in. And then it'll ask you, once you subscribe and hit that notification, when you see us pop up, it'll say, well, would you like a reminder? Okay. The Gathering of Christ Church, or A Gathering 44, has a scheduled broadcast this particular day. Would you like a reminder? And usually when that pop up, just hit yes, and you can set it and forget it. Okay. It'll be done. All right. So make sure you hit the like button. Y'all doing a great job with that. I would like to say thank you. All praises be to the Most High. We here with another broadcast. Make sure you share this. Make sure you you share this. You get it to brothers and sisters, especially for this what they would call Generation Z. Okay, the newer generation that's out there that's getting their content and education on how they see things, believe it or not from a book, but actual, there's a lot of people who's getting their information strictly from videos. Okay, as far as, developing their political, religious views, some people are taking sides based on, boom, I like this content creator, I know what they are about, I like what they are about, and really what they say resonates. And some of our people, a lot of people, not just our people, gain their view of the world, for good or bad, using YouTube videos. And this is why Google and others and the mainstream media, Google purchased YouTube. And on top of that, mainstream have come over here. You notice YouTube was a place for what? Everyday people uploading content. But guess what? The majority of people turned mainstream off, realizing that there's an agenda in swaying the population according to their will. That's number one. And above all, brothers and sisters out there everywhere are tired of the lies. We're tired of the lies. And so people started going to YouTube and say, listen, we're going to hear it from the horse's mouth. Let me see what everyday people that are not paid teleprompter readers, let's see what they think. Let's get some real reality when it comes to thought-provoking, leading to thought-provoking conversation to what's going on in the world, instead of being herded like cattle by mainstream. So what mainstream did was, mainstream media, they understood they were losing the info war. So they purchased Google, came in, put up all these different hurdles now, that almost FCC rules that normal content creators must follow now. And then on top of that, they They make it where the preferred page is mainstream junk. That's not good for anyone. When at one time, the first page when you go into YouTube, it wasn't about music videos and this, that, and the other and whatever trending. If you became a new YouTube subscriber, automatically for a few days, they would have you up there as a new content creator, being referred to other YouTubers who have subscribed to YouTube. That's how it used to be, where there was an even playing field. You know, it doesn't matter how much money was behind you, whether or not a corporate sponsor was behind you. And that means when they put up Oprah Winfrey, whatever the case is, guess what? People had a choice between an everyday Joe and everyday Jane or whoever. And they can choose to look at them over Oprah.
Right.
Okay? Over Maury or over whatever mainstream junk is pushing to program our people. Right? So now, jumping right in, all praises be to the Most High. As you can see, here's the title. The Hunter Dividing Its Prey. And I know some of you are wondering, hey man, that's kind of interesting. What a title, right? The hunter is dividing its prey. And what we're talking about in particular, right? What are we talking about in particular? We're talking about right now the use of promoting Young Pharaoh. The hunter dividing its prey. And how they are strategically, without Young Pharaoh even knowing, strategically using him for their purpose. Let me tell you, Esau have studied all the content creators who has an influence on this up and coming generation. Now, let me put this out there because we're going to make sure we do this delicately in respect of brother Young Pharaoh. Let me make it clear, because I don't even think, and I hope he see this, I don't even think he understand the social engineering and the political, diabolical mind that was behind the whole CPAC thing, using him, knowing that they were going to cancel him. And I don't have nothing against the brother. I think the brother is pretty savvy. What he's lacking, I pray to the Most High, provide that for him and make that clear. He's a young man who actually marched to the beat of his own drum. And he's a passionate young man who believes, he has conviction concerning his beliefs. Let's leave it there. And he was willing to stand up against those who would try to use him in the beginning of his YouTube ascension. And that is to be respected. Okay. Now, the piece where we all come into an impasse is the fact that there's no question, no doubt, that what's publicly known from those in the conscious community, that they don't mess with the Bible like that. Okay? That the Bible is their target, is their target to be destroyed. Okay? That is their singular focus when it comes to dealing with our people. Okay? The conscious community altogether, even though they can't get together for anything, they all are in one mind against the Bible. Which leads me here. It's not that CPAC or the conservatives really care about Young Pharaoh. That's not the case. What they cared about was all his subscribers. the number of subscribers, and the influence against the Bible that they can by proxy use by promoting him. Check out what I'm about to go into right now. See, and I wanted to get in front of this after the brother called in Elder Lawyer, because we're going to teach tonight in hopes that those who may see Young Pharaoh, because a lot of you look at Young Pharaoh and look at our content too, that they would come over here and get, what I would say, a different perspective to why that CPAC and that thing went down, and why they would give this YouTuber who's anti-Semitic and all of this attention. And I'm going to show you why strategically, because why? We are dealing with a hunter. Listen to what I'm saying. And what Esau expect is to put both in the room, get both in the room, being the same people he's looking to destroy. Whip up both sides, incinerate either side against one another. Only to have black people and people of color on either side of issues taking each other out. See, that's a cunning hunter. A hunter that doesn't have to hunt at all. If he can use his power through media to direct certain content makers and use them like social hand grenades. Okay? To use them like social hand grenades in the midst of the awakening. The problem Amalek, the hunter, has with all of this is the fact that we are claiming to be God's people, the Jews, the Israelites. So what better way to strategically hunt than to have Israelites who would listen to another content creator discredit the Bible publicly? See? So now, by proxy, by incinerating him, he'll attack the origin of Judaism altogether, and by default, create questions amongst those who believe in the Bible. I mean, these people are beyond calculating. But I'm doing this in hopes of not only teaching tonight, but that if Young Pharaoh come up and hear this video, he'll get the understanding he didn't get concerning the Bible and why Amalek, that's right, put him in position to give him what? Public notoriety throughout the whole internet to attack it. It had nothing to do with whether or not how they care about him and how we care about Judaism or Jewish people. They could care less about that because they have the power. And those people never really cared about the Bible outside of how they could use it to politically and religiously control us. And see, and that's history Pharaoh never had. That we have the history of when Esau under the Greeks came to us with a political alliance to say, well, listen, since we're in power now, we want to understand your people. So please translate your Hebrew scrolls into the Greek. And we did this under a political alliance. So it wasn't originally them having the records. It was us in an alliance in respect of the power that be, giving them access to a record to understand God's people better. So it was never their record. And this is what that guy don't understand. But through Esau being a cunning hunter, he's seen patterns. The things we like, the things we don't like. How devoted and passionate we are as a people concerning our God. And he was using that information to do what? One day use it against us. But he had to understand the record first. So we're going to talk tonight. 515-605-9330. to 7. Now, I'm going to set this up. The hunter dividing its prey. For those who don't understand already, folks, if you don't know it, the children of Israel, God's chosen people, who we are, whether we want to acknowledge it or not, whether Young Pharaoh or the conscious community, whether they realize it or know it or have the history or want to acknowledge it, the powers that be know that they're the children of Israel. He could care less about your ideology. And through that process, he understands that all those that are of the bloodline of the children of Israel is a threat, has always been a threat to their power, whether you believe you're an Israelite or not. And that's what I want that young man to understand. He have a lot to learn. He has influence, but he has a lot to learn. And hopefully through the Spirit of the Most High, he'll receive it. And others in the conscious community. Okay? Now, a hunter, we're talking about Esau, who people call the European or the so-called white man. Let's go to his origin real quick. Let's go to Genesis 25.
Yes, sir. Genesis chapter 25, verse number 21.
Yeah.
And Isaac entreated the Lord for his wife because she was barren, and the Lord was entreated of him, and Rebekah his wife conceived.
Come on.
And the children struggled together within her, and she said, if it be so, why am I thus?
Come on.
And she went to inquire of the Lord.
So she went to talk to the Most High. Read.
And the Lord said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb.
So even though they're the same bloodline, through a process of time, these two people coming out of this one woman's womb would make 2 separate future races. So when it says 2 nations, it doesn't mean that these are 2 separate bloodlines initially. Don't forget, Rebekah went to get the prophetic understanding, what is to come concerning these children. So even though they're the same bloodline initially, eventually one would make a choice to mix with the Canaanites and the Hittites and other races to create what you would call, that's right, a higher race, what they would call the Aryan race. Who did this? Esau, the firstborn. Read.
And the Lord said unto her, 2 nations are in thy womb,
2 races,
and 2 manner of people shall be separated from thy bowels, and the one people shall be stronger than the other people.
One people shall be stronger. Read.
And the elder shall serve the younger.
And the elder, which is the firstborn child, was meant to eventually serve the younger. Now, there's many components to this, but the component I would like to highlight right now, brothers and sisters, is the fact that they know, the elder son knows, that Christ was prophesied to bring the promise to the children of Abraham. Abraham has had Isaac, and Isaac would have this child we're about to mention, the second born. So this second born would be a threat to the first child, which means when Christ's kingdom comes to this earth, he's coming to destroy the power of the firstborn. Who was that firstborn? Read.
24. And when her days to be delivered were fulfilled, behold, there were twins in her womb.
There were twins in her womb. Read.
And the first came out red all over like an hairy garment.
From head to toe, red. There's no such thing as white people. We just say so-called white. When you look at them, their blood show forth through their skin. They're clean lepers. The scriptures call them, and this is no knock against them. Okay, this is who they are according to what? Our Hebrew records. The origin of what would become down the line the white race. Now there's many factions. Not all of white people are from the same families. You have also Esau, when you read Genesis 36, who had children with Ishmael. They are a different family within the Edomite race. Okay, and this family in particular isn't condemned completely. It's the only ones that's condemned completely are the children that came from his mixture with the Canaanites. So we've broken this down in detail in the Hebrew Bible Academy to so that people don't sit there and look at all white people and say, all of y'all did this and all y'all did. No. Esau strategically kept his race. I'm talking about the top race, the dukes, the princes, and all of that. All those that actually dealt with Canaanites, they kept that bloodline royal and separate from the rest of society, even amongst their own race, even amongst white people. So if any of them try to have babies or try to marry someone or marry down to a lesser Edomite, according to them, okay, guess what? You see what happened to Princess Diana, right? So if they try to marry outside of their arranged marriages, guess what? The penalty is immediate concerning that disobedience, or going against the disciplines of Esau. Let me drop it to you, folks. So all white people aren't the same. Okay? When you look at Princess Diana, Prince Charles, Queen Elizabeth, and Queen Elizabeth is really a Wesson. She's from Germany. She's an Edomite. Okay? She's an Edomite. These in Germany, believe it or not, and if you look at the Norsemen and the Vikings, all of them were purebred, separated from the rest, Edomites. But I digress. Come into the academy if you want the history on that. But finish reading. Prince Harry, you got it. Come on.
25. And the first came out red all over like an hairy garment, and they called his name Esau.
Esau, read.
And after that came his brother out, and his hand took hold on Esau's heel, and his name was called Jacob, and Isaac was 80 years old when she bare them.
Now, what I want to go into particular is the attributes of Esau going into this, the hunter dividing its prey. Brothers, you have to understand the Bible breaks down the nature of Esau, how calculating he is. So calculating, out of all races on the earth, Satan would use this particular people. After Nimrod was gone, there was a need for Satan to do what? That's right. For Satan to take power back in the earth by using a singular hunter. And after his hunter no longer existed, Esau would take his place with the same Babylonian ideology, but it would be Esau taking the place. Doing what? Executing fear through warfare all through the earth to bring all people in the world under one world order to fight against God. When Nimrod fell, Esau was next in line. So you have to check out his attributes. Go on. Now, hold up now. This week we're going into the Hebrew and Bible Academy. We'll be going into Israelite doctrine altogether. But the week subsequent to that, we'll be going into the 4 beasts of Daniel and showing you Edom at his finest. From the Caesars, even after the Caesars, showing that they were prophesied out of the Bible. See, the reason why we're going into this today, because brothers and sisters don't understand. That's right. Understand the psychology of Esau. And this leads us right back to the hunter is dividing his prey. He's using divide and conquer is his greatest weapon. Because through that, it makes it where Esau can just sit back and watch us destroy one another. And what he'll do at our weakest point, he'll come in and clean it up. But his greatest attribute as a superpower, as a cunning conniver, that's right, is his understanding of how to turn people against one another. And see, and that's why I was strategically, when I said I was going to go into this, I wanted to make it a teaching lesson so that brothers can understand that we don't have no problem personally with young Pharaoh, even though his ideology is different. Because time and chance happen to all men. And if we don't, and there's only one creator. And if we don't get right with the Most High, it doesn't matter what you believe. Eventually, you're going to know whether or not your life was a lie or the truth. Okay, you're going to know. We will stand before him in judgment. So how you feel and how convicted you are concerning God right now and your ideologies and belief, well, that works for people.
That's right.
That can only work with who you're trying to convince whether or not you have more knowledge than another person. But at the end of the day, when we stand before the Most High in judgment, guess what? No individual have ever stood in front of him in judgment and could utter a word. So I'm doing this in hopes of helping that brother, because it's one piece of what, and I understand where he got it from. Some of what he received in his thinking came from Surasetti. To actually look at the Bible negatively and not give the Bible and the history of the Bible the same chance that he would have given Islam. Or, and I'm going to tell you, Islam or African Egyptology lessons. Understandings. A lot of that came from Surasetti, and a lot of what Surasetti got received when it came to actually throwing negative against the Bible was from a Jewish historian who purposely tried to claim that the Exodus of the Bible never happened. By disingenuously invoking Ramesses in the Bible as to why the Exodus didn't happen. And guess what? And this Jewish historian who came up with that has already been debunked 1,000,000 times. But for the sake of the youth that's out there today following cats like Young Pharaoh, I'm going to give them the history so they can go back and just be able to listen to what he say. Take in what's constructive or right, and the nonsense that could come out or something that isn't correct. Let me use that as a better word. Spit out the bones when it comes to his negative views on our book, on his book. Let's go into the attributes, or not attributes. Let's go into the spirit of Esau being the cunning hunter. Go straight to that chapter and verse for me, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. This is Genesis chapter 25, verse 27.
Come on.
And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter.
He was what?
A cunning hunter.
Now, I'm going to open this up for you so you can see this, brothers and sisters, on eSword. The first came out red all over. Who came out after Esau real quick, Elder Lawyer?
Yes, sir. Verse number 26. And after that came his brother out.
And after that came his brother out. Read.
And his hand took hold on Esau's heel.
And his hand took hold on Esau's heel. Now, cunning hunter, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go here, go to where it says Esau when the boys grew. 27.
Verse 27.
Read it.
Verse 27. And the boys grew.
Now, you notice when Jacob came out, the Bible didn't describe his visage or his outside appearance. Why? The Bible didn't have to. Why? Because Jacob looked like everyone else. He had hue, melanin. But Esau was so red, so different than the rest of the people born at that time, that the Bible, the Hebrews, his father Isaac had to describe him. Okay? Now, the boys grew.
And Esau was a cunning hunter.
Esau was a what?
A cunning hunter.
A cunning hunter. Now, don't forget, the God of the Bible told Rebekah, our mother, that the elder shall serve the younger. Who came out first? Esau. So eventually, circumstances would materialize that would lead to Esau losing what? His birthright and blessing. Because he wasn't meant to rule. But Esau is being raised by our father Isaac to rule. So you have two rulers, two families, two men with what? Royal blood. Okay? Two superpowers who were meant to rule, living on one earth. So you know there would be racial struggles until Christ brings resolve. Because why? It did the black-white thing or the red, the red-brown thing didn't just start it with George Floyd. It started in the belly of our mother Rebecca. Her stomach wasn't big enough to hold the two. She was screaming and fighting. That represents the fight that would ensue within the earth, with them continually warring against us. See? Let's go into it. The Bible says he will be what?
And the boys grew, and Esau was a cunning hunter.
Esau was a cunning hunter. And so I said here, the hunter dividing its prey. So let's go into the Hebrew real quick for this. Hunter. It says, Tazayad, hunter. Check it out, hunter. And I'm going to highlight this. Meaning the chase. Esau is all about the chase and the game. The chase and the game. The chase and the game. Setting up his opponent. Setting up his prey. So he's about what? Setting the stage for an intended outcome. His. You have to know he was born, he's a cunning hunter, right? Now, let's go to the word cunning now. Cunning. Yada. It's yada. Let's go to the word cunning. Hope you all can see this on your screen here. It tells us. Let me go straight to some words here. It says, all right. Let me read it all. Well, parts of it. Euphemistically and inferentially, including, listen, observation, care, recognition, instruction, designation. To advise, answer, appoint, cunning, to declare. Listen to this clearly, folks. To declare, to discern, to discover, to be aware. And when you go all the way down, it says what? Knowledge, to have knowledge, to gain information on its prey, right? To gain that type of knowledge, to be learned. Lie by man, to mark, to perceive. And check out this word here, folks, because this is the word I wanted to focus on. Let me see if I can blow this up here. I wanted to focus on this word right here. A prognosticator. A prognosticator. Someone who is so paranoid in his being concerning losing power, he shapes everything for an intended outcome. A prognosticator is one who doing what? Who can tell you about the future. Why? Because he shapes the future through social engineering. You must understand how Esau works. He can't work without understanding the intended outcome. That's total control. We're talking about the mind of Esau. Esau, he don't deal with anything without calculating it and counting the cost for it. Okay? He's the ultimate procrastinator. And he's a hunter. So he develops and makes his own outcome. So when you see this thing happening with young Pharaoh, y'all got to see the geopolitical understanding of what's going on. Our people are waking up everywhere. Our people, God is speaking to our people all in the earth, and the cat is out of the bag that the blacks who have been enslaved, the Belicuateno Indians, the Puerto Ricans, the Gadites, the Dominicans, that our people who've been suffering and conquered by the Romans, the Edomites, that we are in fact the children of Israel. And Esau don't know what to do. There's a consequence, or what you would call something that he cannot procrastinate or deal with the outcome of. So he need one of our own. He need to do, and indirectly, he would need someone to speak with a voice. A spirit of a renegade who stands on his own 2 feet, fighting against, quote unquote, oppression, giving knowledge that was actually concealed or held back from our people on certain levels. But it was one thing in particular to why they wanted young Pharaoh. And I'm going to tell you, because Esau wouldn't have talked about him like that over and over. CPAC, because they wanted to drive traffic to him. And I'm going to show you why. Because he wouldn't be attacking them. By proxy, this is what the hunter does. He would be attacking us. Esau don't care about the Exodus or the Bible. I've sat next to many rabbis. They have said, listen, we more so deal with the Talmud. And the only way we deal with the Torah or the Old Testament or your Bible is through oral tradition. So even the rabbis of Judaism don't deal with the Bible like that. See? So they don't care if this guy come in and just wreck all the understandings or try to destroy the belief and validity of the Bible, because they know young Pharaoh didn't come up with that. They did. They came up with questioning the Bible once they can no longer use it to enslave us. And once they couldn't use it for power anymore, they discarded it. But their problem is our people are believing in it, in that book again. He's believing in that. We're believing in the book. So he's like, well, listen, let's pull out our old historians to give them some credible history now that the non-believers can use to attack black people and the people who are waking up. To attack them, to make it where they're dissuaded into going into the book. Now, the moment we've all been waiting for, fair use. Hold this, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir.
You can turn that up here, 1 and 2. Thank you. Fair use. All right. Now, on your screen here, right? We're going to move it out of the way. And we're going straight here. Stephen Colbert. All right? Fair use. We're going to Stephen Colbert because they wanted to put it out there mainstream about this CPAC thing concerning this content maker. Why was he invited to CPAC? Number one is because of the following. He has for some reason, they have never, ever really canceled his pages, and he say all types of things. Okay, but now it's starting to make sense. All right. Now, let me make it clear. I'm not saying that any people in the conscious community, and I don't believe that young Pharaoh is being paid by them or is a part of anything, that any plans they have against our people. Let me highlight that, because I know he don't mean how they using him, how they will use him. Okay? But don't forget, Esau had this plan. Okay? Let's start off with Stephen Colbert to give y'all context. To give context.
The room. According to CPAC, it's time to stand up for Americans whose views have
Fair
gotten
use.
canceled, which is why they kick things off by canceling an appearance from one of their panelists for a history of making anti-Semitic claims. Good. Conservatives don't want to be associated with anyone like that. It could sully the good name of the mob with aluminum bats trying to murder Mike Pence.
Fair use.
The canceled man in question is a rapper named Young Pharaoh, who was pulled from the lineup after journalists pointed out his record of publicly rejecting the existence of Judaism outright.
Rejecting the existence of Judaism outright, saying that Judaism has no basis because, according to history, there was no Exodus. So that renders the whole Bible worthless as far as they're concerned. But this is what they're saying, right? Number one, Young Pharaoh isn't a rapper, but I digress.
Okay, pretty bold stance to reject the existence of the world's oldest monotheistic religion. They've been around for a while, and they write it all down. It's kind of their thing. You know who can tell Young Pharaoh that Judaism exists? Old Pharaoh. There's a pretty famous old book about it. There's even a new book about it. CPAC apparently hadn't known about Young Pharaoh's history of anti-Semitism and called his views reprehensible, saying they have no home with their conference. Yes, conservatives would never doubt the existence of Jewish people. Otherwise, who's operating the space laser? Speaking of mobs of angry idiots, this week is the...
Now, why did they put that out there? Right? They claim that this rapper and all this, knowing that people will do what? The people that aren't listening to mainstream, who don't even know who this guy is, would go to his channels. Only to see what? Him attacking Jewish people? No. Only for him, they knew this because they have studied him. Guess what? They have studied us. They have studied any people who have influence online. That isn't doing what? Towing the company line. They knew that he would do this. Look at your screen. If we may, let me show you. They knew he would do this. See? Now what he gonna do? Yeah, the young man is marching to the beat of his own drum and is gonna tell CPAC, who cares about you? I'm famous anyway. Everybody know me. Da 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 da. But it gives him a chance to be in the spotlight, and I'm sure he's good there. But look at now that they have helped drive the traffic to him because no one even know who he is. He puts up on a PowerPoint proof that the Passover and Exodus never happened. Now check out, lawyer, how strategic this is. It's at a time where they're about to open up and Israelites everywhere is about to do what, elder lawyer?
Celebrate Passover.
Celebrate Passover. Man, Esau is, you got to give it to him. He's cold. He's cold-blooded because he's not even dealing with the Bible. He dealt with the Bible up until the time where we in Numbers started talking about Jesus was never white. They're like, okay, we can't use them no more. We're not God to them. All right, they've been through the Bible away as a tool. Okay, it was just a tool only if we could believe it through their theologians. But once the Most High gave us the truth on how to rightly divide the word of truth, and we found out that Christ was a black man and that we're from his same bloodline. And when we also found out who they were, Esau, they really didn't have no place in the book anymore. Right? So they don't care about the Bible. They care about power. But what they care more so now is that our people are uniting with the Bible. And we're not going to listen to their historian tell us that the Passover and that the Israelites in our book never existed. Because they came up with the lie that led to Pharaoh's PowerPoint. See? They've been put that history out there, knowing that our people would awaken and come back to the book. Now, he started doing a PowerPoint to get off, because this is his analysis. His analysis is, or his theory is that since there was no Exodus, and he can prove that, then that voids the Bible, making Judaism void. See? But he don't realize he's not attacking their history. He's attacking his own. That's what he don't realize. Because what these conscious brothers and sisters, and let's put this down for a second. Right? They don't understand the damage they're doing. Why? Because they would claim that there is no history that Hebrews or Israelites ever existed in Egypt. Right? But the young man don't know any better. He got a lot of this information from history books Surasetti was studying and taught him. Right? So keep in mind, number one, there would be no proof that Israelites were in Egypt during that time. Why? Because Israelites weren't named Israelites until our forefathers left Egypt and went into the land of Canaan that was later named Israel. These were what you would call Asiatic or Semitic people living as citizens our forefathers were in Egypt. So that's a ridiculous argument saying that we can't find any proof that Israelites was there. But you can find Semitic people that were there and history of them. But that ain't what I want to go into in particular. All right? Because we're not going to make this whole thing about this. But I thought I would take this screenshot to use it as a lesson, a teaching moment for all of you out here who may run into this and think that going over there will be about CPAC. So that when you see this by people in the conscious community, you'll be able to dispute it and understand how false or how, believe it or not, unlearned a lot of them are in the Bible. Because it says here his bullet points. Now, I'm not going to go through the whole things, but in a nutshell, if I break this down, it doesn't matter if you go see it. Because why? You have the antidote, the truth. It's deep that you're going to go into a book you don't believe to discredit it. So there's already confirmation bias going in. Right? Now, bullet point, the Exodus, the foundation of Judaism. Without it, there is no Judaism. This second point, the next slides will prove that God never delivered 600,000 Jews from Egypt during the Exodus, to which then they allegedly wandered the desert for 40 years, according to the Exodus 12 and 37, along with the stolen. Now, here's the point I want to highlight, Elder Lawyer. The stolen and plagiarized origins of the story. I want to focus on the stolen and plagiarized portion, which implies Egypt had the structure that the Bible has and that the Bible teaches first. So if the law, statutes, and commandments in the book came from what's plagiarized, why is there so much confusion in the conscious community? Where are your laws? Where's your ceremonial laws? Where are your moral laws? And where is it constructed in a way that can help our people? That means you don't need to go into the Bible. You have what the Bible was plagiarized from. So why aren't you teaching that to help our community? And where's this being taught in number at? What is the religion of Egypt? When it comes to marriage, when it comes to morality, when it comes to civility, when it comes to how we operate one amongst another. See, when you go that route and say, listen, I'll give it to you. Because both of us, all of us, are in this for the same thing, the embetterment of my people. And I don't see the value in discrediting a book that brings order with a people who needs it. What to eat, what not to eat, what days to follow. Okay, holy days, what God you serve. So you notice they spend more time attacking the book than doing what? Bringing the constructive order that comes with what they claim we plagiarized. That means you must have the unconcentrated answer that's greater than what the Bible's teaching. But yet you cannot hold, let me tell you, you cannot hold water when it comes to what the Israelites are bringing forth concerning order and structure. And what's right for our people, unifying under one God. And this is what I'm putting out there for you all. Don't argue the Bible with them. Go straight to, okay, I'm not dealing with the Bible today with you. Teach me. What should we believe according to your God? You notice they rarely go into what they believe, and that's the point. That's the point. Because their belief is to attack the Bible. Right? So make sure you say, because this is what Satan wants. He wants you out of the Bible so that now you're totally confused to what we need to do as a people when the Bible identifies the hunter who's always destroyed us and how to conquer him. So they want us out of the book. Now, let's deal with the point that he have on the screen, and then we're gonna move this with some proof. Elder Lawyer, go to Exodus 12 and 37 real quick. So check this out, and I'm gonna do this. Guess what, folks? This is light work. When I say this is light work, because unfortunately, young Pharaoh didn't. Well, fortunate for him, he didn't come up with this ideology that the historians claim that there was no Exodus. This history came well before him, and conveniently, the conscious community, being a lot of them Muslims, would like to use that history from the same white man they claim is against them. They claim that the Bible been tampered with by the white man and that it's a white man's book. But then they come with a white man's theory that the Israelites never existed in Egypt. Now, let's read the scripture, Exodus 12 and 37.
Exodus chapter 12, verse 37. And the children of Israel journeyed from Ramesses to Succoth, about 600,000 on foot that were men beside children.
Okay, y'all doing a real good job, but we're about 3,000 people, 1,000 people down from hitting the like or the dislike button. Okay, we got over 3,000 in. Please, it doesn't cost you anything. Hit the like or dislike button if you want. Okay, so that we can drive more people to this needed history we're about to break out. Okay, please read it real quick.
Verse 37, Exodus 12 and 37. And the children of Israel journeyed from Ramesses to Succoth, about 600,000 on foot that were men beside children. And a mixed multitude went up also with them, and flocks and herds, even very much cattle. And they baked unleavened cakes of the dough which they brought forth out of Egypt, for it was not leavened.
For it was not leavened. Now you notice he went into that number. But I'm going to help the young man out here. Okay? I hope you're listening, brother. Okay? The historians not only argue that number. What they argue is the fact that Ramesses, and I don't know if this brother is going to go into that because I don't have no time with what's going on with the mark of the beast being implemented. And you can't find that on the walls of Egypt. I don't have no time to be listening to someone just discredit the only book that can help them. So this whole broadcast isn't going to be on this. I'm going to let you know the reason why they highlighted him and gave him mainstream press at this time to discredit the book, to make people confused and rallying behind his cause. See, Esau, boy, he know how to manipulate. He's the Wizard of Oz, folks. He knew that all eyeballs will be drawn to them if they say Young Pharaoh, that, and the other, and would go there so that he can discredit the book that will give them the wisdom on how to combat or how to stand against Esau. No Bible, no Exodus, no chosen people. So therefore, no Israelites, no law, statutes, and commandments, no understanding the true plan concerning the future. See? So what this young man don't know, and I hope he'll see this, is that when the historians go into that information, folks, they also focus more so on the location called Ramesses, the city of Ramesses. Why? Because Ramesses is 19th dynasty. Ramesses was a king that came after the exodus of Egypt. See? But this is how Esau was able to confuse the people. And Cecil B. DeMille's, a Jewish man's first, what you would call production of the Exodus, the Ten Commandments, Charleston Heston, they started invoking and putting out the name Ramesses as king. King Ramesses, King Ramesses. When the Bible never told us that King Ramesses was the Pharaoh during the time of Moses. The Bible never stated that. See? So then they came up with the Prince of Egypt in our modern time, and that Ramesses, to program the people so that when they meticulously, they're the procrastinators, they're the master planners. When we start realizing as a people that we're the children of Israel, they'll now start doing drips and drabs of, well, hold up. Ramesses wasn't king until after the Exodus. So there was no Exodus. That's the real weight that they use to claim that what? The Exodus never happened. That's the real weight they use historically. Usually atheists try to pull that out. And this is why the Most High have given us the understanding to bring to you, because a lot of you aren't even thinking about some of this. Esau think well in advance, the master hunter, the master chess player. So it's about him doing what? Dropping seeds of doubt. Enough doubt to have you question. And when you start questioning it, he got you. Because a lot of you aren't historians. Like, yeah, because it's been subconsciously planted in their minds, Elder Lawyer. Ramesses, growing up, looking at the Ten Commandments, the Prince of Egypt. It was subconsciously programmed in us as children. One of the great productions, the Prince of Egypt. So then you start typing on Google and you look at Ramesses and be like, hold up. Ramesses came after the Exodus. So that whole story is a lie. There was no time period under Ramesses where there was captivity. And you know what? That history is true. There was no captivity under Ramesses. But if you believe that, then you'll believe Pharaoh. So I'm going to use the scriptures right quick to show you how to combat that ideology. Elder Lawyer,
yes, sir.
Real quick. Now, I'm going into the Hyksos and the time of our people being in Egypt. I'm going into that in the Hebrew and Bible Academy. And all of that going to be broken down in detail. But I'm going to give y'all some information so that when you deal with these conscious community people, understand they're very savvy and they're very slick. They're very savvy. They try to make you believe that they know more about a book than you do. A book they outright are claiming they don't believe in. So they're very savvy. Very savvy. It's not about belief. It's about forming what? A convincing argument to get you out of the book. That's what it's about with them. And when you're out of the book, there's no solutions. They're very savvy. So I have to give you the information because they haven't studied. Usually they don't study past their argument. Okay. They don't study past their argument. And this is why Dr. York, he says he was tired of answering questions. Don't you know Hebrew Israelites made it where us being Israel, we made it where Dr. York had to write a book. 360 questions to answer the Israelites. Like, no, he got tired of answering so many questions because we were bringing this truth and still bringing this truth that Dr. York was tired of the questions. He went and got a book and say, okay, just purchase the book and here's the question, answer to your questions. See, they only know how to make argument, but at the bottom of their religion, and I understand this, at the basis of why they hate the Bible, the majority of the conscious community are Muslims. And they don't want to say that. But really, that's the basis and foundation of the people in the conscious community. The majority of them are Muslims. Okay? Because how do you know they're Muslims? You can when they talk to Muslims, you can see that they have knowledge among when it comes to how they interact with each other. And above all, you never see them breaking down like the Israelites how important it is for us to follow the law, statutes, and commandments that was on the walls of Egypt. Right? Where's that conversation of the importance of following what's on the walls? The only thing you can get off the walls is the plagiarism. Where's the order, marriage? Where's the commandments? Give me all of that and show me the structure that was put in place. And then if you have that, why aren't you showing it to our people? Because it's not about that. So let's break it down. Let's go to Genesis 45 and 10, giving you some understanding for those who will use that Ramesses thing and say, there's no time period for Ramesses. There's no time period for Ramesses. Ramesses was way after Moses. Yeah. Because we know that. But Ramesses wasn't the Pharaoh during Moses' time. So what you don't understand, it's all through the Bible. Later on, when it comes to the content of the Bible, sometimes the titles of the cities are named after cities that came later. It's an older location that had another name. But based on the time that the translations happen and all that, sometimes they use current names of the city for an older city. Same location. See?
Anachronism.
Anachronism. That's the word for it. An anachronism. That's all it is. So when you see Ramesses or a city Ramesses, it doesn't mean Ramesses was the king during that time. It was later called that in the Bible. Right. So that's why the Bible states, through thy precepts, thy get understanding. An example. Let's go to Genesis 45 and 10, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Genesis chapter 45, verse 10. And thou shalt dwell in the land of Goshen, and thou shalt be near unto me, thou and thy children and thy children's children, and thy flocks and thy herds, and all that thou hast.
Read it. Read it again.
Verse 10. And thou shalt dwell in the land of Goshen.
And thou shalt dwell where?
In the land of Goshen.
Thou shalt dwell in the land of Goshen. Read.
And thou shalt be near unto me, thou and thy children, and thy children's children, and thy flocks and thy herds, and all that thou hast.
The land of Goshen. Now hold that. So the original land mass that our people went into, being Hebrews at the time, not Israelites yet, because we didn't become Israel until we came out of Egypt. A Semitic people living in what you would call an Hamitic land. Now, land of Goshen is where our people went, right? During the time of what? There was a 7-year famine. Now, I need y'all to highlight the fact that there was a 7-year famine, right? And let's go right here. And here's a map of Goshen. See that? For those who can't see this, this is the geography of Goshen near the Mediterranean Sea. See that? Near the Mediterranean Sea. Hope you all can see that. Right? Now, I need you now, Elder Lawyer, to go to 47 and 10, because 45 and 10 says Ramesses, right? Our people, 45 and 10 stated we went into Goshen. That was the ancient name. Avaris is another name for it. Avaris, right? So now let's go to Genesis 47 and 11, Elder Lawyer.
Genesis chapter 47, verse number 11.
Read.
And Joseph placed his father and his brethren and gave them a possession in the land of Egypt, in the best of the land, and the land of Ramesses.
In the land of Ramesses. Now we know Ramesses came later, but as you can see, Genesis 45 and 47 is giving you the same geography of Goshen, but yet it's called Ramesses here. Why? Because later it was named Ramesses when Ramesses came on the scene. Not because Ramesses was ruling during Joseph's time. See, are you following me here? Now, look at your map. Look at your map. This is the city of Ramesses. And when Ramesses city was developed, look exactly where it looks. It looks like it's right here near the Mediterranean, the same as Goshen. So it was Goshen at first, but later on down the line, way after the Exodus, it was named Ramesses. Right? Now, that's why I'm showing maps. It looks, here it is. Look at it clearly. Look at it again. Pi Ramesses. Same location, same place. Right? Same place as Goshen. So it's just really talking about Goshen that was later named Ramesses. Right? Now, also today, the modern time, it's what? It's Alexandria. Alexandria, Egypt is where our forefathers were. We were given that land, and it was later named Alexandria by who? The generals of Alexander the Great. The Greeks named the land Alexandria. And when you go down here, let's go here. Same area right off the Mediterranean. All of that area, as you can see, is grassland because we had cattle and all that. It's modern day Alexandria. See? Now, see, and this is another thing he don't know. He should have, instead of going into the Bible to try to argue whether or not the Bible is correct, right? You should have read the Bible and understand its value for us. Because if you're going to go into Egypt and try to claim you're going into when Moses left Egypt, then you would actually go into the history of the Bible of when we came into Egypt. When we came into Egypt, why did we go into there? Because eventually the Most High put a spirit on Joseph to save Egypt. Why? Because there was a 7-year famine. There was a 7-year famine, and the Most High gave Joseph the insight to prepare for it. And by that, he was made second to the king. He should have read that in the Bible. Why am I pulling that out? Well, I'm pulling that out because archaeology proves that we were there. The famine still on the island of Sahel. Here's archaeology on the wall of Egypt chronicling a 7-year famine that the Bible teaches about. So how can he go into the walls? How can he go into the Bible and say that we plagiarized something and all this crap and not read the 7 years of famine, which the Bible confirms? This is in Egypt, where the 7-year famine is written on the walls of Egypt, of Joseph. You got it. You got it. It's called what? The famine still on the Isle of Sahel. And I can read about this 7-year famine in the Bible. See, we would like to teach this young man because guess what? Being that he's very influential, being that the Most High blessed him with the power of communication, if he learned correctly, the Most High could use him to do what's right for our people. Yeah. And also what we'll do for the young man is untangle him from the false histories that came with Manetho. Manetho came up with, he aligned himself, a Greek historian, with the Greeks to hide our history so that we'll be arguing back and forth concerning whether or not the Bible is true or not. We can help untangle all that for that young man. See? So we have the facts. And on top of that, the synagogue of Satan know that we have the facts, because they cannot come against us anymore, knowing that we have taken our book back. They're now doing what? Galvanizing those in our community who don't know any better to attack the book. Esau, the cunning hunter. Elder Lawyer, anything?
No, sir, not at this time.
Not at this time? All right. Well, before I do anything, I have more. But let's see if Elder Gabar, you have anything to say before we go to the next phase here?
Well, I think going to, being a hunter and Esau having that skill and setting people up, because if for during the time of Donald Trump and the election, I saw some clips of Young Pharaoh being extremely upset when they stole the election, showing evidence, showing, all the fraud that was going on with the election. And he was extremely passionate about it, and I was kind of taken back in regards of how passionate he got caught up with the whole Donald Trump movement and believing that there will be some good coming out of that. And he got very political. And clearly, when you look at his views and you look at his channels, those views now are within the thousands, 100,000s, 80,000, 90,000 views. And him getting invited to CPAC and getting associated with this movement that Donald Trump has started or was trying to start, they're pointing out this guy Pharaoh, who is supporting Trump. However, though, many Trump supporters are Bible believers. And I think they're setting this whole situation up, to set up Pharaoh to say, okay, here he's going with this, the Bible, or they're going, okay, this young man is supporting this movement, but he doesn't believe in the Bible. And I think they did that specifically to kind of say, okay, let's bring some division within the Donald Trump movement, or this show the Americans that African Americans are not following the Bible. This is what the young people believe now. And that's showing, the other side to that coin. So I think it's setting him up. I think, when you get to these type of platforms and you get into the views that he's getting and the views that you're getting, Elder, they'll start watching, because they understand that this is a new way that the young people get information. When you are a content creator, and you're creating context and you're getting some momentum, you're going viral, they're watching these people. They're watching, and now because they understand their power, they understand their influence. Okay, like for instance, a good example, Wendy Williams. It was interviewed, Dr. Oz was interviewing her. And she straight up said, I'm not taking the vaccination because I don't trust it. And Dr. Oz, he said, well, you understand that, many people that watch you will not take the vaccination just because you're not taking it. And he said, yes, I understand that. If they want to take it, it's on them. I'm not telling what they should do, but I don't take it because I don't trust it. And the powers that be know that regardless whether you say, if you want to take it, you don't have to take it, but I don't want to take it. By that statement alone, people are not going to take it just because, or people that follow her are not going to take it because they trust her judgment. So they understand the power of this influential, and you know, and I don't know if they intended, and they didn't expect that a young man like Young Pharaoh to start getting these views. I don't know, you know, because these algorithms and why one person is getting, you know, tens of thousands of views and the other one has been around only getting a few hundred, you know, they're controlling the algorithms. And of course, there's tricks around it. You have to, you know, to associate yourself with certain algorithms, certain names, and this way to do it. And these young people are figuring that out. So I think what's happening is that they're creating an animal or a system that they cannot control or they can't stop. So now they're trying to navigate and use this algorithm and use people like Young Pharaoh to bring some form of discourse in regards of what's going on with the young black youth, to try to say, because they know they don't want the young African American Latinos to start following the Bible. They will rather have young pharaohs and people like Young Pharaoh to be following that trend that the Bible ain't real, the Bible has been tampered with, the Bible is fake, and that's what they hope, because they do not want young African Americans, Latinos to be following the Bible, and more importantly, waking up that we are the people of the book.
And you know what? And thank you, Gabar. You quantified that, because in a nutshell, let me tell you something about Esau that I've learned and studied according to the Bible when it comes to him. Esau doesn't, he don't do anything haphazardly by mistake. They sit with their think tanks and think it all the way out. Okay, and I'm going to be going into, I'm going to do a follow-up on the Philo project of how Amalek and the theologians and the Jesuits were studying the black church, and the fact that they were getting concerned that more and more black people were admitting that there's something to them being the chosen people. And this was in 2019. It's called the Philo Project. I'm gonna do a follow-up next Wednesday on the Philo Project to why they began to say, you know what, it's time to come after these people. It's time to really do something, because they're gaining too much recognition, and the black people are no longer listening to these pastors. And I'm gonna go into it's gonna call the Philo Project Examine next Wednesday. Make sure you title that AC for us. But in particular, and mentioning in that, and showing you Esau being a cunning hunter, to say that I'm saying that I don't believe that they just did this and found out, a matter of fact, a few days before CPAC, that young Pharaoh had past anti-Semitic remarks. I don't believe that at all, because believe it, if they're going to invite him to something like that, they've examined all of his content. That's like them inviting me on there and saying, well, you know, we just found out, you know, his content could be something that could disrupt CPAC.
Yeah.
No, they knew the content. Esau is the cunning hunter. And what the hunter does is, the best hunter is set traps. Now, the best trap I can set, if both of my enemies are in the room together in the dark, shooting at each other. And by the time, when the smoke clears, Esau just come and turn on the light and see what's left. That's his best thing. So what Esau is doing here is, you think he didn't know, they didn't know. Young Pharaoh is not a young man to bite his tongue about anything he believes, whether it's true or not. He speaks with conviction, even though some of it is misguided because he need a teacher. But on top, I'm talking about as far as the Bible is concerned. He don't bite his tongue. And you can't tell me CPAC and how they vet everything. You talking about a room full of politicians and movers and shakers. Then they're going to find out all of a sudden, oh yeah, there was some anti-Semitic remarks in his past. No, they knew that. The whole thing was strategic to aim them so that he can go against the foundation of Judaism, where it will be moved off of them and the Bible gets attacked. And don't forget, the majority of people who Islam, the conscious community, and others try to proselytize or to convince or to convert. If you're looking at our people, they know the majority of our people believe in what? The Bible. So if you're going to attack the book that is highlighting the synagogue of Satan, what better way to do so than using an influential voice on YouTube to attack the validity of the Bible? Because what Pharaoh is saying isn't harming them at all. Esau's in power. There's nothing Pharaoh can say that can disrupt them and make them lose sleep. Okay? What they're more concerned, they needed what? They needed a hand grenade. And guess what? And it's like this in the art of war or in fighting. Usually they tell soldiers, your hand grenade is used in worst case scenarios because sometimes the blowback can come back and hit others. We're going to give you a strategic weapon to use. And when all fails, you throw the grenade. So here it is. They've tried to use theologians. They've tried to use Jesuits. They've tried to use pastors. And the Israelite understanding of us being Israel is only gaining more steam, more traction. So they don't have any more bullets left. So now Esau has resorted to doing what? Let's find out who has influence, and we're going to throw grenades. We're going to let them blow each other up. See, and that's why I was up all night thinking about this at one time because I like to broad in early in the morning by myself. I like to shape the content and how I want to get to our people to get them on board with the Most High in this book. And I'm saying the initial thought was to go into him, Gabar, and break him. And I'm like, hold up. I don't have anything against young Pharaoh. This is what the enemy wants. No, we're going to use this as a teaching enemy. I know Esau. I know he's a cunning hunter, and he expects us to attack the brother. See? So we're going to turn this. We're going to go into an area Esau didn't calculate, that he couldn't see, that we'll even use this to teach God's people and to give more understanding who are confused running into his videos when it comes to this particular point. Because the brother isn't incorrect in all of the points he makes. It's very rare he talks about the Bible at all. Okay? Unless he feels, threatened or feel that there's an attack on his ideology or whatever the case is. Right? Some points he make are correct points. So I'm like, you know what? We're not going to throw out the baby with the bathwater. The brother never heard the history to balance the lies that turned him against the book. And you know what? That's not his fault. And we as elders and we as brothers have to understand Esau want to use his platform to destroy our people and turn them into a grenade that could actually destroy have people do what? Question the Bible. When we can in turn come around and say, you know what? If the brother is really forthright and honest, he'll know that we're not his enemy and we're teaching this Bible to give order. And if he's really concerned, and others in the conscious community is concerned about the Bible or concerned about the well-being of our people, then stop attacking it. Stop attacking the Bible and bring a solution. Bring the solution that was on the hieroglyphs in Egypt, and we'll hear that. But don't tear down the one book that gives order. And you can't say the book doesn't work if Esau, using the information in it, have done what? Gained power over the whole earth. So the book has what? Value. And the wisdom of someone who didn't really believe in everything in the book would look at constructively the wisdom and the knowledge that can help our people that's in the book. Right? You would use the information because it's wisdom and align it with what you have as far as standing up with it and saying, well, in past history, here's the history of this particular knowledge of family, of what day to worship, what traditions to follow, what God is the true God. Now, if they had that information, they would have done it already. And that's the problem. They want our people out of the book with no solutions. Okay, the Bible is tampered with. Okay, the white man wrote the Bible. Okay, there was no Exodus and all this other stuff. Okay, I'm out of the book. I'm out of the book. The only book I've known concerning how to have rational order and how a people are to rebuild after captivity, it's in the book. So, okay, let's put down the book. You got me. The Bible's tampered with. What's the answer, young Pharaoh? When it's not attacking the Bible.
Yeah, and the ironic thing, here's you have a brother who is a Jew destroying the book of his forefathers, and you have Mr. Colbert, who is also, is Jewish. He's on the left side of the politic point of view, defending the Bible, and someone who is his ancestor converted to Judaism, or he has picked up the identity of being a Jew, defending the Bible against a real Jew. So I think because a lot of it is all, when I saw the thing that you was putting up with Mr. Colbert defending, the history of the Jews and things of that nature, he was talking about the people that he perceived to be his people. So I think a lot of these things, they do that intentionally to try to show an image, as if, something about, well, Mr. Young Pharaoh, well, what about old Pharaoh? He's talked about the children of Israel and all that, trying to go with the narrative, the people of color here in America are are descendants of the Egyptian. So I think they do it deliberately to point that out, to try to say, here we are, Jews getting attacked by the Egyptians again.
Yeah.
So a lot of it's and what Mr. Young Pharaoh needs to understand is that once they come for him, these people, these CPACs people, these Republicans, they ain't gonna defend them. They're gonna let them to dry.
Yeah. See,
they
but
cut his channel, whatever, or they demonetize him and all that. They're gonna come and defend him.
Yeah.
So he had to, we should get away from politics. Should not get involved in politics. If Young Pharaoh should do anything, whatever he feels he should do, it should not be getting involved with this whole Biden-Trump thing, because that's their fight. That's not ours.
Well, yeah. Well, the whole thing is, I can't give him the advice on that, really, one way. It's what we would like based on what we believe.
Yeah.
But this is what happens when you don't have an answer. If you don't have an answer, a clear-cut path for our people, the only resource you have are the resources Esau produces for you.
Right.
So I couldn't imagine him not choosing a side of the Republic with him not believing in the Bible. But by default, that's what most people do. My whole thing is, and I realize I'm just, believe it or not, I'm amazed at the calculation of Esau, how he uses things, how he uses us to battle one another. And this is why I'm glad the Most High put a stomp on all of these debates. Esau ain't debating nothing. Esau is ruling. And so all this crap about you got a bunch of Negroes in a room talking about I'm more right than you, with Esau with a foot on all of us. So the whole deal is, I want to give brothers and sisters the insight to the mind of Esau. And this is what I don't want to state, because listen, like I said today, hold on, let me put it up once more. One more again. I know Young Pharaoh. I know Young Pharaoh never did the research on the famine still in the island of Sahel. A lot of these so-called conscious community people, they don't even know this record exists of the 7-year famine. Okay? They don't even know it exists. This is archaeological proof to prove that the stories in the Bible are real. But here's their trickery they use. If they do find archaeology that proves the Bible's history, they'll say, well, yeah, it was there, but it was plagiarized. So that means, you conscious community people, that even if it's plagiarized, it's true, right? So if what's in the Bible true, being plagiarized from someplace else, why aren't you following it?
Exactly. I asked that same question when the Kennedy trial thing was going on. So what's that? Study. And he said that the Bible stole everything from Egypt. Okay, let's argue with that. So if they stole everything from Egypt, the knowledge, wouldn't you agree that why are we not following something they stole from us? If those principles could be found in the walls of Ma'at, and they took it from the walls of Ma'at, so take your Bible. It should be within the African American experience because they stole it from Ma'at. It should be, that's our history. That's our code of conduct. And he didn't have an answer. But the bottom line is he knew, that if he's arguing that these principles are in the walls of Ma'at, although you can't find them, somehow they're all there. They stole it, but where's the evidence? Okay, so why are you knocking the Bible then? If they stole everything from Ma'at?
Exactly. It's just an argument, an unfounded argument. And the point that I wanted to make on that, and I'm glad you brought that out, when it comes to the principles and what they're claiming, well, our people are running out of time. Why don't we do the shortcut then? You know that the principles of Ma'at is the Bible, right? Your people that you're looking to save and help are already in the Bible. So you don't have to deal with some hieroglyphics and take them back there and go back to Egypt. The whole plagiarization have been made plain in English called the Bible, right? Why don't you just teach the truth out of the Bible then? But see, that their argument, Gabar, is only for the unlearned. It's to get them out of the book. It's the same thing Muslims do. They'll use the book as long as it's confirming their arguments. But when you go into the moral component, the do's and don'ts, sinners who are not looking to repent now are going to claim, well, it's tampered with. Because, yeah, when the book benefited you, it was good. But when you found yourself as a sinner in it, it became tampered with. Right. When the Bible began to destroy your arguments and your true belief in all these different gods you really serving privately, it became an issue. When the Bible highlighted the witchcraft and the drug use you would like to do, and it said don't do it, it was tampered with. It's the white man's book. And this is why the Bible is so important. It's important because the book should be used for what? Self-correction. It should be used to examine yourself and be better for it. And I've never heard out of any Egypt text, anything off the walls, where the people in the conscious community are talking morality in their ancient Egypt religions, on how we must be one with another as a people. They only went there to try to discredit whether or not we should follow the Bible. When the Bible does this, let me read this real quick, Elder Gabar. I'll be right back with you, okay?
Okay.
Elder Lawyer, what is the Bible for? Read it.
2 Timothy chapter 3, verse number 16 through 17.
Come on.
All scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine.
So we have to understand the benefit of reading the Bible. The benefit of reading it and understanding it. Why would you tell somebody not to believe in a book that does this? Read.
Is profitable for doctrine.
It's profitable for doctrine because everybody in the conscious community, all our people are talking about getting on code. With the book, we can all have one doctrine, one understanding concerning our people. What we're not going to do is look at what the Christian churches did and say, well, they got a doctrine. Who knows what doctrine is true? We're going to take all of man-made doctrine out of the way and say the book itself is the doctrine. The book itself. I don't care what the Jehovah's Witnesses are talking about. I don't care what the Seventh-day Adventists are talking about. I don't even care quote unquote, what Israelites are talking about. It's the word. It's the word. There's one doctrine that's coming out of the Bible. The fall and rise of a people and how we should walk civil one amongst another for the kingdom to come. How to unite under one God, opposed to being scattered all over the place with these different ideologies. Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God is one. So you don't understand. The Jewish people have gained power over us. Why? Because they understand this concept that it doesn't matter what what they think philosophically. They grow up and rub elbows and do business with each other. Because why? Every Saturday, that's right, they're together worshiping that one God. You don't have a conscious community within the Jewish community, and you wonder why they are more prosperous. They're not debating whether or not they all should be at the Sabbath. Where did they learn that from? They learned that from our book. That you're not unified under anything unless you first can come into an agreement on what God we serve together. See? So this is not about an argument. This is about life or death right here. Not about arguing who's right or wrong. They've learned something by taking our book. Because their children grow up together, not confused to what religion to follow. Every Sabbath, every Passover, they're together. Every this, they're together. They children growing up, and they grow up and they become what? Lawyers, doctors, and all that. And nepotism is inherent based on their religious belief because they're not confused. Their children grow up understanding this is how you do business as a people of God. My cousin up the street or my nephew or my uncle, no, they're not Muslims up the street. They're not talking about the walls of Kemet up the street. We're all together worshiping the same God together, and that has empowered us over the children of Jacob. And that's a shame. When the people who are not the people will uphold the book more than us and understand its value. Without laws, there's chaos. Read it. Come on, Elder Lawyer.
All scripture is given by inspiration of God and is profitable for doctrine.
For doctrine.
For reproof.
For reproof. That means correction. Which means we'll all get around a table and say, listen, there's molestation, there's thievery, there's drug dealing, there's separated families, all types of stuff that's going on as a product of us not following a law. Let's get a code. And we would sit around a table, they'd be, what the code? Well, let's go to this scripture. When it comes to homosexuality, here's the scripture. When it comes to molestation, here's the scripture. Incest, here's the scripture. Whether or not we should be taking a vaccine, here's the scripture. Whether or not we should be doing drugs and killing our people, here's the scripture. Now, you men around the table, do you all agree that if we all follow this together, the community would be better? That's an easy solution. Because now there's a clear line drawn in the sand of who of our people are for us and who's against us. But the conscious community don't want that because they know the Bible points to sin. This is more than a book. It's more than just pages on a book. You don't hear them trying to discredit the Quran. And there's 19, 20 different Quran translations. And not once do you hear them talk about, well, the Quran is tampered with. Why this singular hatred against this book? If it isn't sent by God. Only the devil would attack a book so. See? Finish reading. Come on.
For correction.
For correction.
For instruction in righteousness.
For instruction in righteousness. And that's why most people get offended when the Bible is read. Because what? It's cutting your conscience. You know it's right. You know it's right. And what really frustrates you is because these are the things you hid all your life. And now you're hearing something from a book, reading you from A to Z. You're no longer hiding the sin. So when the truth comes out at you, it resonates spiritually that within you, convicting one with a conscience that they're doing something wrong. And this is why people don't want the Bible. Because the Bible is not just talking about how you directing and telling someone else where they're wrong at. The Bible cut both ways, and this is why the conscious community don't want it. Come on.
Yes, sir. Quick precept. Hebrews 4:12. For the word of God is quick and powerful and sharper than any two-edged sword,
Woo!
piercing even to the dividing asunder of soul and spirit, and of the joints and marrow, and is a discerner of the thoughts and the intents of the heart.
The thoughts and the intents of the heart. You don't want a book that at any particular time tells the truth on you. I remember growing up, and I never experienced this in the church. I remember when I found out I was an Israelite and started to learn the law, statutes, and commandments, and I went to class. And I would go into a class, and I know no one knew what I did that week. And only to hear a lesson breaking down was convicting me. And I'm listening to this, and I'm like, oh. This is crap. And I'm listening to the words come out as if the Most High said, I seen you. To a point where after the class was over, I had to wait behind where everyone left and told the teacher, I need to speak to somebody. Only the book can do that. Only the Bible can do that to you. Mm-hmm. I remember saying, everyone left, I need to talk to somebody. Because in my mind, I knew. I'm like, God seen me. Because there's no way this teacher knew what I just did. And there's no coincidence this is what they're talking about. Only the Bible could have done that. And see, the conscious community don't want this. Why? Because they have been weaponized with their ideology as hand grenades in our community. Knowingly or unknowingly, they've been weaponized. Because if you got the truth, you don't even have to speak about the Bible. Why your first attack to bring something, you must attack our book first. Because why? The devil know that the majority of our people in the community were raised on it. It's the foundation. It's the foundation that actually develops our conscience and fear of God. You take the book away, there's no more fear. Which leaves our generation, our children, wide open. No fear. The beginning of wisdom is the fear of God. And the fear of God is taught in our book. Elder Lawyer, I'm gonna let you flow here.
Yes, sir. Just one quick precept and we can carry on. Because a lot of people ask the question, well, why the Bible? All right, we got thousands of years of history, millions of different books, a million different religions. Why the Bible? Right? Why not the walls of Ma'at? Why not the walls of Egypt? Why not the Quran? Why not the Buddhist book or any other religious book that you may find in the earth? How can you be so proud and so pompous to say that the book that we should follow and the only book we should follow is the Bible? Let's see. Revelation chapter 20, verse 12. Start at verse 11. And I saw a great white throne, and him that sat on it, whose face the heaven and the earth fled away, and there was found no place for them. And I saw the dead, small and great, stand before God, and the books were opened. And another book was opened, which is the book of life, and the dead were judged out of those things which were written in the books according to their works. So the reason why we uplift the Bible and say that the Bible is the only book we should be concerned with, because it is the book by which we will be judged. I'm not being judged by the walls of Ma'at. I'm not being judged by the standards of the Quran or the Gita or the Avesta or any other books you may find out there of false religions. We're being judged by the standards of the Bible.
Yeah. And for those who missed it, I'm going to play it once more for those who missed it, fair use. Okay? I'm going to play it again, how all of a sudden the media wants to give attention to, quote unquote, a content creator who was supposed to be at CPAC by the name Brother Young Pharaoh. And what I'm telling you is this was strategic. This is how they attack through stealth. Because by attacking the book that Young Pharaoh believed Jewish people believe in, by proxy, he's attacking his own brethren. The only book that can actually highlight the mark of the beast that they're actually, the same beast system that they are about to bring forth full board throughout the four corners of the earth. Okay? Till this day. I mean, and this is what the Brother Young Pharaoh have to understand. That when he's talking about the vaccines and the 666 and all that, you can't have it both ways. You can't go into the 666 in a conspiracy of 666 and say that the Bible's tampered with and the Bible was plagiarized off the walls of Egypt. When the only book that actually breaks down prophetically the apocalypse is the Bible. You can't find this information on the walls of Egypt. So you can't have it both ways. If you're going to discredit the Bible, don't use none of its talking points. Don't go into the 666. You think that's a coincidence that the vaccine has what you would call a character of 666, and that they had HR 666 as one of the bills that was passed during the coronavirus? When you break down the word corona, it's 666. When you break down the word corona, it's 666 when you break down the word corona. It's the mark of the beast, the mark of a man. What man? The Bible tells us in the book of Thessalonians that Christ will not come until that man of sin be revealed. Let's get it. And this is the whole thing. They want us out of the book because the walls of Ma'at don't tell you who the devil's using. So don't come and see, for those who missed it, see, the Bible breaks down the synagogue of Satan. We've, in this academy other week, we went into the fact that Khazar breaks down the boar. Okay, the boar. The boar is an abomination, the pig. And that's where Khazar, the word Khazar, come from the land of the boar. The boar is a pig, abomination. Esau. Now the Most High have us with full understanding according to this word, breaking down the enemy Satan have been using against us. So all of a sudden they're going to put somebody up that will do what? Not go against Jewish people, because Jewish people, they know that this young man have got enough power to stop them. To convince us that the Bible isn't real. And I don't think the brother doing it intentionally. He just don't know. But I'm here to set the record straight. Let's read it.
2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verse number 3.
Come on.
Let no man deceive you by any means, for that day shall not come.
That day shall not come, read.
Except there come a falling away first.
A falling away first. And that falling away was 70 AD. Read.
And that man of sin be revealed.
And that man of sin be revealed.
The son of perdition.
The son of perdition.
Who opposeth and exalteth himself above all that is called God, or that is worshipped, so that he as God sitteth in the temple of God, showing himself that he is God.
And that's talking about revealing a people, 666, the mark of a man who will be sitting in our temple, our homeland at the very end. That Christ will not return until we reveal, that's right, his helpers. Who is that? Esau, the cunning hunter. Revelations 2 and 9, Revelations 3 and 9, and St. John 8 and 44. See? So now he can't hide anymore. He's Esau. But he have taken claim of Israel because he believed that he was tricked out of it by us, our father Jacob. He believed that that land is rightfully his because he was the firstborn. He's the man of sin the Most High breaks down. The synagogue of Satan, the Roman Empire. And the only way you can realize who this enemy is working in the shadows, the only way to break him down is to go into the book and understand it. And this is what the conscious community don't have. They got a bunch of talk with no solutions on how to bring our people back under a law. That law will stop us from fighting one another and aim towards the real enemy with help by our God, the same God who delivered us out of Egypt. Revelations 2 and 9, Revelations 3 and 9. Read it.
Revelation 2 verse 9. I know thy works in tribulation and poverty, but thou art rich.
He know the poverty we're going through. Read.
And I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews.
He know the bold-faced lie of them that say what?
They are Jews.
Now you know that wasn't talking about us. There's only one people on earth claiming to be this. And this is why they hated Christ. What, read?
I know the blasphemy of them which say they are Jews and are not, but are the synagogue of Satan.
But are the synagogue of Satan. I tell you that man of sin will be revealed. Those who claim to be the people and are not the people. So now that they can no longer use that as a point of emphasis as the chosen people, they're willing to implode the whole thing altogether. Here is why they made a public proclamation to say that this young man is going to be at CPAC. They wanted to blow his name up because they seen his influence, him having what? Almost 500,000, if not that, subscribers of young black people listening to him. This was an opportunity to get the next generation of leaders, children of Israel, to do what? To be confused concerning their book. See, I'm in front. The Most High got us 2 steps ahead of the hunter. This was strategic. They knew they was going to cancel him when they told him, when they invited him. Listen to this.
Really? Think I'm afraid of offending the flag? Is that okay? According to CPAC, it's time. I just have to check. When you turn your back on me and walk away, I have to make sure there's a reason for you removing yourself from the room. According to CPAC, it's time to stand up for Americans whose views have gotten them canceled, which is why they kick things off by canceling an appearance from one of their panelists for a history of making anti-Semitic claims. Good. Conservatives don't want to be associated with anyone like that. It could sully the good name of the mob with aluminum bats trying to murder Mike Pence. The canceled man in question is a rapper named Young Pharaoh, who was pulled from the lineup after journalists pointed out his record of publicly rejecting the existence of Judaism outright. Okay.
Boy, how strategic is the devil. How strategic is the devil. It was like, you know what? We can't stop these Israelites. It was prophesied that they would actually come back to the knowledge of themselves. If we come out and tell them that the Bible shouldn't be followed, more will actually read the Bible. But we know a guy who by proxy, if he think he's attacking us, will actually confuse them concerning their own book.
Pretty bold stance to reject the existence of the world's oldest monotheistic religion. They've been around for a while. and they write it all down. It's kind of their thing. You know who can tell young Pharaoh that Judaism exists? Old Pharaoh. There's a pretty famous old book about it. There's even a new book about it. CPAC apparently hadn't known about young Pharaoh's history of anti-Semitism and called his views reprehensible, saying they have no home with their conference. Yes, conservatives would never.
Now, how do you know, and I know that Pharaoh don't understand this. I know Pharaoh don't understand that how he's being used based on his beliefs and why that's right. The synagogue of Satan is going to use him indirectly. Check this out. You know how you know that they calculated what he would do? The fact that they publicly denounced him and claimed that he's anti-Semitic and still left his channel up. That if they really had a problem with what he said, anti-Semitic, they would have canceled his channel. And especially after what he said afterwards, calling them bees and all that. Why didn't they cancel his channel? Because they needed that renegade spirit to attack. They knew how he would react. They've been studying him and saying, listen, this guy got a lot of subscribers. A lot of young people, black people listen to him. We'll use him by proxy to get them out of the book and have him make them believe that the people of the book never existed and that the Bible should not be followed. Hence, back here, he think he's attacking Jewish people. But he went right into doing exactly what they knew he would do. Try to claim that the Passover and the Exodus never happened. To use him to confuse the people by proxy. This is how a hunter works. They set traps. And I already broke it down. If Pharaoh knew the Bible, he knew that he couldn't use any of this because we can prove that Ramesses wasn't. The Bible never said King Ramesses was the Pharaoh during Moses' time. Esau was telling y'all that. The Bible never said Ramesses. So when they go to Ramesses and say, well, hold up, Ramesses wasn't until the 19th dynasty after the... How could it be the city called Ramesses? Because that's happened all through the Bible, where you can find its ancient name and based on location, the same location being named, what? A name it was named later. You can find that all through the Bible. So because the brother haven't been taught concerning the true Pharaoh who was, and we got the proof of who the true Pharaoh was. As a matter of fact, in the Hyksos, we're going to teach that in the academy. This coming academy, the whole Hyksos and the Pharaoh that was in charge during Joseph's time and the Pharaoh that was in charge during Moses' time. And it wasn't King Ramesses. But if Esau could program Ramesses and Ramesses and Ramesses and Ramesses in you, ram it in your mind, when you do the research and realize the history of Ramesses being years later, it would discredit the Exodus by focusing on Ramesses. When the Bible never stated that Moses was under King Ramesses. The Jewish productions taught you that. Cecil B. DeMille's The Ten Commandments taught you that, not the Bible. See? And the Prince of Egypt. Okay? And then even in the Prince of Egypt, they show him surviving it. When we know the Pharaoh and his army died in the sea. And I got proof of that too. So what young Pharaoh need to do is join the academy. What you got? You have anything? Okay, you good? Anything, lawyer?
Yes, sir. Just a few quick precepts.
So I just wanted to point that out. So for those who missed it, let me show this real quick and I'm going to let you jump in, right?
Yes, sir.
Real quick. So when you go here, the city Ramesses is where? Where the red dot is, right off the Mediterranean Sea. That was named Ramesses later. The original name was what? It was the land of Goshen. So some places you will see Goshen, and later, after translation of the Bible, the more current place, Ramesses, were placed there. But the land is Goshen, and we use the scriptures to prove that. And when you look at Goshen on the map, let me go there. Let me go here. Where's Goshen at? It's right there in the same place as what? The city of Ramesses. Right? And then modern time, if I was to write the book, I would say for the people who understand it today that it was Alexandria. Now we know Alexandria didn't exist during Moses' time, but it would be the current way of explaining it. See? So when you look at Alexandria, where is it? Same locale, right off the Mediterranean Sea. All that green area was Goshen. This is where our family was and became a race of people living as Egyptian citizens. Living as Egyptian citizens. You know, we got the goods here. All right. So what you have to watch, brothers and sisters, is their trickery. Their trickery in saying, well, there's no proof of Israelites living in Egypt at that time. There's no proof. There is proof. Look at the Asiatics and Semitic people who lived in Egypt. We weren't Israelites at that time. Only our father Jacob, his sons, the 12 sons, and 70 people went into Egypt initially. So there was no such, you're not going to find in that time period information that Israelites existed there, because we didn't become a nation until our people exited Egypt. Then the term Israelite began. Okay? So, and then listen, again, don't come to me what the Bible isn't. When are y'all going to come with the understanding of what we must unite under if it isn't the Bible? Crickets. I don't care if it's, and you know what? I respect what Sonetta try to do when he, because I like some of his content, thought-provoking conversation that could lead to at least the conversation. But these conversations are hitting the wall. Our community our community isn't getting better because of these conversations. When are we going to come with a unified understanding of what we should believe and what God we should serve and what laws pertain to that God? And if it's not the Bible, I need the conscious community to come out and start these arguments and debates and tell us what is. If not, get out of the way. If you don't have the answer and all you want to do is argue to what's not the answer, you're not ready for the conversation. Go ahead, Elder Lawyer.
Yes, sir. Just a few quick precepts.
Let me do it.
Yep.
Water. Appreciate it.
All right, just a few quick precepts. Again, dealing with the nature of Esau, right? The devices or the tactics that he uses in order to confuse, to subvert, and deceive. This is the book of Genesis chapter 3, verse 1. This is dealing with the God who is over the empire of Esau, as we're going to show you in a few moments. It says, Genesis 3 and 1, now the serpent, speaking of Satan, the devil, was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. So Satan is very subtle. He has many trains, he has many devices, he has many tactics and tools that he uses in order to deceive. And those same tactics have been taken up by the empire or the people over which he rules. We're going to show you that the Roman Empire was synonymous with being an empire of Satan, and this current empire is just an extension of the Roman Empire. But it goes on to say, and he said, meaning the serpent said unto the woman, yea, have God said ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden? So the whole purpose of Satan, the serpent, is to have you question the word of God. He don't care how he does it, right? He don't care what tactics he has to use, what form of subversion he has to use. His whole purpose,
Okay, it's good. What?
the whole purpose of the serpent is to get you to question the word of God. Again, Genesis 3 and 1. Now the serpent was more subtle than any beast of the field which the Lord God had made. And he said unto the woman, yea, have God said, ye shall not eat of every tree of the garden. Now, going over to the book of Revelation, chapter 12, verse 9, it says, "And the great dragon was cast out, that old serpent," the same serpent we just read about in Genesis 3 and 1, "called the devil and Satan, which deceiveth the whole world. He was cast out into the earth, and his angels were cast out with him." So the whole earth has been deceived by this devil. And again, he uses the same tactics over and over, from empire to empire, from generation to generation. His key thing is what? Deception, right? It says he deceiveth the whole world. He deceived the Egyptians, he deceived the Babylonians, he deceived the Greeks, he deceived the Romans. All of these nations have been deceived by the devil, right? One quick one, the one you wanted earlier, John 8:44. You can elaborate.
Okay.
John 8:44. "Ye are of your father, the devil."
And this is why they hated Christ. Christ called them out. He wasn't just talking about our people in St. John 8th chapter. There was a large number of Idumeans who converted into Judaism. And Christ was calling them out. Even during his time, you had the Sanhedrin, which was really a Roman consul, a city council set up by the Roman Empire to control our people in Jerusalem. And speaking of Jerusalem, it's a lie. You got people out there claiming that Africa was the original land of Israel. These people are insane. Okay? That's total insanity. And they'll use something like the scriptures say in the South. The South of what? The South of the region it's talking about. It's not saying go all the way south into Africa. So you got a lot of simpletons running around here trying to teach that Africa was the original Israel. That's simple as simple can be. It's an extension of the homeland. Okay, it's an extension of it, but it's not the land. You don't hear no Jewish people talking about when they took Jerusalem. They took Jerusalem in 70 AD. That's history. And our people ran into Africa. If Africa was the homeland, wouldn't the Gentiles be there right now? When the Bible states that we would be scattered out of the land until the time of the Gentiles be fulfilled, wouldn't Gentiles be in the land instead of our people? So I'm putting this out there. When you find super simple teachers, understand anybody tell you Africa is Jerusalem and Israel, they're unlearned. Okay? Read that again.
John 8:44. "Ye are of your father the devil.
Ye are of your father the devil.
And the lust of your father ye will do."
Come on.
"He was a murderer from the beginning, and abode not in the truth."
The devil is a murderer from the beginning and abide not in the truth. See, and this is what they do. Because Christ was pointing out that they were seeking to kill. Esau was seeking to kill him, along with our own people who went along with it. That's why Herod, the Idumean, whom they call Herod the Great, put out a decree for mercenaries. First of all, he had mercenaries kill children 2 years and back, mad that our Lord and Savior Christ escaped at the time his parents took him into Egypt at the time of our birth, at time of his birth. So you had the Idumeans were looking to kill Christ at birth. Read.
"He was a murderer from the beginning."
He's what?
A murderer from the beginning.
A murderer from the beginning.
"And abode not in the truth."
And abode not in the truth.
"Because there is no truth in him."
Because there is no truth in them. And keep in mind, I put up a video years ago showing a debate with a rabbi that I had in England. And you know they won't allow me to upload that video here on YouTube on this channel? That they will say that's hate speech when it's the rabbi admitting certain things? 2 rabbis I interviewed. And a lot of you asking, where's that content? I can't put up that content. But you can have another brother over there calling them all types of names and still be up there. Why? Why? Even that rabbi admitted. He says, well, I know that you're the Jew, but why can't you accept me? I'm like, because you're not. I have the history of when you became Jews. He didn't deny it. And another thing, that stood out. I try to keep the rabbi in the Bible, in the Torah. And what did he do for those who remember that broadcast? Remember that. It's a classic that they want to allow us to upload here. The Jewish guy said, well, when it comes to the Torah, we don't deal with the Bible like that. I'm like, what do you mean you don't believe in the Bible? No, we deal with it, but we deal with it. You heard of a book called the Talmud? We deal with other records to give it understanding, but that's really not our book. A rabbi said that they don't even believe in the Bible. But you don't have young Pharaoh going into the Talmud and the extra records that Jewish people are actually using to control and to destroy us with. Because he think he's attacking them by proxy by taking down the Bible when they don't even believe in it like that. And that's because he's misguided as a young man and need a teacher. And there's no disrespect with the information he do know. But they understand they can use this renegade spirit to do what? To discredit a book that they don't even believe in. And you know what? It didn't fail. It didn't fail. What happens? Right after they canceled him, what happened? He began attacking the Bible. And Esau's masterpiece. They knew he would. They knew he would. Rabbis even say they don't even deal with the Bible like that. They knew he would attack the Bible, a book that our people are seeking now and owning now. A book that are guiding us to the light, the true history of who we are as a people. I need y'all to check that out. It's time for the phone calls. And what I'm going to do, anything else you have, Elder Lloyd? No, sir. Oh, you're Rock. You have something to say?
Well, for one, there's also a stepladder in Egypt called the Temple of Djoser, D-J-O-S-E-R.
Okay, let's get that stepladder. Yeah. Djoser. The stepladder of Djoser. Hold on. And Djoser was Joseph, right? Joseph. Yeah, Joseph. Okay.
And it's a 7-year famine attached to that particular ruler that it was made after.
Okay, here it is right here. The step pyramid of King Djoser. And what you have to say about it again, Elder Lawyer? I mean, Elder, you're out.
There's a story attached to it of the 7-year famine, and they put it in history as well. Same time as Imhotep, as we talk about.
Imhotep, which was Joseph.
Right. So the whole deal is it's there. It's not like we're far fetched on this. The history is there. It's just we don't want to look at it because it means we have to stop doing what we're doing. That's really what
exactly.
This is about. What I was gonna say, it's a new. The Egyptology thing is more so a new age.
Yeah.
You know, it could connect with the new age thing more.
Yeah, Egyptology. I mean? Because you go to Egypt, I know I've lived there. Brothers and sisters, there's no such religion as Egyptology in Egypt. They don't know what these Negroes are talking about over here. You go over in Egypt and tell them Joseph never existed. They'll laugh you out of Egypt. You tell them the Israelites never been there. When they call us Bani Yaqub, in Muslims in Egypt call us Bani Yaqub, which means sons of Jacob. Muslims know that Joseph lived there. They told us about it. Matter of fact, they'll take you to the places. Here's a step pyramid of Joseph right here that has what? That's right. The information written on the pyramid of the 7-year famine. The Egyptians will tell you the Israelites were there. So what are these? Let me tell you, these New Jack Egyptologists is a bunch of Muslims in disguise. That's all. And we got the history, we got the archaeology, and they purposely ignore the archaeology that refutes the argument automatically. We can only deal with the archaeology they pull out. But when we show them, well, there's places near Israel that shows the tomb of Joseph. They want to ignore that. What did we show earlier? I'm going to show it again. Let's show it again. Here it is You got it. In Egypt, it's called, that's right, the famine still on island Sahel. And what's on the island? In ancient Egyptian writing, history chronicling the 7-year famine that happened during the time of Joseph. This is archaeology that can't be disputed, that Egyptologists ignore. But yet, the devil will give him a stage and put his name out there, knowing that he influenced the predominant. White children ain't looking at him like that. It's going to affect our people who come into the knowledge that we're Israelites. And this is, so they knew he would do this. That this guy would take the history he don't understand of the Bible and go out there willy-nilly like a renegade to discredit the book. They knew he would do this. Now, that's a crafty hunter. Anything else, other lawyer? You good?
Yes.
I see you looking at something. Let's go.
All right. So this is a key point. One last key point. You were mentioning earlier, why is it that these particular people have an issue with the Bible? And reality is that when they start going into the research and start going into the records and the history of what it is they study, you're going to find practices that are reprehensible according to the Bible. And the Bible makes it clear, as we read earlier, the Bible is a discerner of spirits. It makes known what is right and what is wrong. And it draws a line in the sand that you must abide by. But if I'm going into a religion that promotes or upholds witchcraft, it upholds warlockism and sorcery and upholds other reprehensible practices, then I'm going to have a problem with the book that points those things out. Just a few examples. This is Wisdom of Solomon. I'm going to jump real quick. Just a few verses from each chapter. This is Wisdom of Solomon 12:1, where it says, "For thine incorruptible spirit is in all things. Therefore chasten thou them by little and little that offend, and warnest them by putting them in remembrance wherein they have offended, that leaving their wickedness they may believe on thee, O Lord. For it was thy will to destroy by the hands of our fathers both those old inhabitants of thy holy land." Speaking about the inhabitants, the original inhabitants of the land of Canaan, which were Canaanites. Right? Verse number 4, "Whom thou hatest for doing most odious works of witchcraft and wicked sacrifices, and also those merciless murderers of children and devourers of man's flesh, and the feast of blood, with their priests out of the midst of their idolatrous crew, and their parents that killed with their own hands, souls destitute of help." So when I go into these ancient religions, I'm going to find this stuff. So you're going to have people who are going to come up and try to defend it and say, well, the Bible, see, that's the white man's book. This is our traditional religion, and this is what we dealt with. This is what we have power in, and the Haitians used it, and they won the war. They'll go into all this madness, but the reality is, why are you following a religion that upholds either idolatry, upholds cannibalism, upholds child sacrifice, or upholds witchcraft, or what have you? That's the real question we must address. One last scripture.
Go on.
I'm sorry, you go ahead.
Yeah, but since you're going there real quick and then you go to that scripture. Yeah. What do we got here? See, we got him. The first gay couple recorded in history on the walls of the pyramids. Now, why they don't go into the walls of the pyramids on this? This is why they hate the Bible. This is why. Because they don't want to take a stance on anything, knowing that they're practicing something from ancient Egypt that the Bible would never accept. Mm-hmm. Okay? The drug dealers, they're either Muslims in our community or from the conscious community. Y'all notice that? That's sorcery. That's witchcraft. Whoremongering, orgies, all that stuff it's practiced in these getting high all day, conscious community.
See, stuff like this, they'll take it and spiritualize it. You know, they're staring into each other's soul. This is ancient telekinesis.
Yeah. So what they'll do, exactly. So what they'll do is they'll take, well, that's just a metaphor.
Right.
That's two men, a meeting of the minds. No, this is a metaphor in the spirit. in the spiritual realm of Kemet.
Right.
This is a meeting of the minds right here.
What about the phallus?
See, you don't understand the metaphorical metaphysics of this. You don't understand the metaphorical metaphysics of what. See, you ain't on this level. Yeah, because I don't smoke weed, dude.
Yes, sir. What
What else you got, Elder Lawyer?
One last precept.
Hey, look, a bar cracking up over there, but go ahead.
Wisdom of Solomon 13.
Come on.
Surely vain are all men by nature who are ignorant of God and could not out of the good things that are seen know him. That is, neither by considering the works they acknowledge the workmaster, but deemed either fire or wind or the swift air or the circle of the stars or violent water or the lights of heaven to be the gods which govern the world. And this is what the Egyptians believe. You go into their mythology, they worship all kinds of things: sun, moon, stars, fire. This is what they believe in, right? But the Bible says that this is ignorance. This is pure ignorance. So if I go back into that religion and I'm studying the records and I'm seeing all this stuff, and it's clear that they're worshiping these things, again, they'll try to modernize it and say that, no, that's the high science and the high knowledge. But the reality is that they're just, it's idolatry, point blank, period. But the Bible is making it clear that it is wicked. It's evil to do such things. So if I worship that stuff and I go back into those records and these are the acts they're performing, then obviously I'm going to have a problem with the book that points it out and makes it clear that it's evil to worship the elements, okay, or to worship works of creation.
And guess, and why do you think, believe it or not, we got, listen, it's stuff I can't even show here, folks, from the walls of Egypt. I mean, it is, they got one, man, I can't even talk about it. And usually I'm talking about it's straight erotic on the walls of Egypt. I can't even talk about what's going on, what they do. And they know that this stuff exists. And a lot of people who deal with that type of behavior more so lean towards the Egyptian philosophies, because under Egypt, it's allowed. Under Egyptology, ideology, they believe it opens up, excuse my word, a portal. And the portal ain't the only thing opening up. It's like, yo, when you talk to these, this is why a lot of people choose the New Age religions, because it's more acceptable for perversions. I'm going to tell you that right now. Yeah. Anything else, other lawyer?
One last thing.
Yeah, let's hit him.
Leviticus 18. Just one quick script.
Let me show it. Let me give him the archaeology while you breaking it down.
Yes, sir. Leviticus 18:3.
Man love.
Leviticus 18:2. Speak unto the children of Israel, which we are, and say unto them, I am the Lord your God. After the doings of the land of Egypt, wherein ye dwelt, shall ye not do. And after the doings of the land of Canaan, whither I bring you, shall ye not do, neither shall ye walk in their ordinances.
Read that again.
Speak unto the children of Israel.
Now this is what our God gave us coming out of Egypt. Whether they want to believe it happened or not, this is why they reject the book. Read.
After the doings of the land of Egypt, wherein ye dwelt.
Hold up. What you seen them do in Egypt,
shall ye not do.
Shall ye not do. See? Read.
And after the doings of the land of Canaan, whither I bring you, shall ye not do, neither shall ye walk in their ordinances.
Do not walk in their ordinances, their ceremonies, their celebrations. See, you know why they don't want us teaching this stuff, the Bible. Man, can you imagine an Israelite walking around the community, online, everywhere, since 2010, telling people, send me money, I'm going to build a school for black boys. And desecrating people's graves. People that family should have been bodied this dude. On Harriet Tubman's, and he sit there and ashe. Straight witchcraft and stupidity in the community, and no one's calling them out. Why? Because there's no law under their religion. And these same people will attack the Bible. Oh, the Bible is tampered with. Oh, the Bible changed that. No, the Bible changing. It used to allow people to do what I'm doing. But the Bible changed that. Nothing to see here. This is why they don't want the Bible taught, because the Bible gives clear understanding to what's right and wrong and what we should beware of in our community. This is why. You can't have no cats running. And from now on, when these cats come up telling me the Bible's tampered, we shouldn't be in the Bible, it's a white man's book. Okay, I'm going to put the Bible down. What's the plan? I'm not even going to argue the Bible with you no more. If the Bible's not the answer, you must have the plan. Well, that's subjective, you know what I mean? It's about, you know, us building. Building on what? There's no foundation. There's no foundation. So I'm not going to argue whether or not the Bible is true or not until you come with the answer then. Because everything we're witnessing that's destroying our community, I can give you some history of it happening in Egypt. Molestation, child sacrifice, perversions. All of that. All of that you can find in not only in ancient Egypt, in the conscious community till this day. You got another guy, polite, running around talking about, yeah, look behind me, look at the site. Yeah, we're going to be building these houses out of containers. He's questioning Israelites about rape and all these things, and his teacher was arrested for raping little boys. And none of them are publicly together denouncing that behavior and denouncing him, because there's no rules. There's no rules in this conscious community that's attacking our Bible. See? So we have to put this stuff out here. They want the chaos, because this is how they do what? This is how they game the impressionable. This is how they use our people for spoil and steal and take from us. They need to get us out of the book that would actually show their wickedness first. See? That would highlight their wickedness. Anything else, Elder Lawyer?
No, sir.
All right. Elder Gabar, hold real tight. I'm going to call you right back, because I can't call you and have them on the line at the same time. So I'm going to call the Blog Talk and bring you right back in like I do Lawyer every week, okay?
Yes, sir.
All right, hold tight. Get ready for the calls. Let's do it. Let's do it. The Bible. Is it hard to understand?
When it comes to reading the Bible, the first thing that comes to mind is the fact that this is the Word of God.
The seals have been broken, and the truth is here.
And when we go throughout the scriptures, when we go throughout extra biblical records, we find that the language that God employed, that He used to create the heavens and the earth, was the Hebrew language.
Christ said, I came for the lost sheep of the house of Israel. But yet no one, no religious leader, no religious church out there anywhere can now identify the 12 tribes of Israel. Can we? God is quite simple, but it seems as if man makes understanding Him hard.
What are those mysteries?
The truth of your book and the truth will make you free. The Hebrew and Bible Academy. You're invited. Yes, you are invited. And for those who don't know, That's right. Our calendar for the new year is complete. Salvation is its theme, and it gives you the correct calculation of the holy days according to Sabbaths. In order to get the calendar, if you haven't ordered it already, go to gatheringofchrist.org and order your calendar so you can get on time with Sabbaths and holy days according to the Bible. You cannot do it like the Jewish people have done it because they're following the Babylonian days, following the moon only. Okay? Time is calculated not just with the moon, but with the sun in conjunction with the moon, because what? The moon follows the sun. That's how it works. It's a 364-day calculation that our people been following since the beginning of time, before Esau began to twist stuff up. Get back on time. Go to gatheringofchrist.org. That's right. And get your calendar. This week we'll be going into full board Israelite doctrine with week 9, right?
Yes, sir.
Week 9. So we have 4 more weeks and then the new academy begins. So if you want to get in early for your enrollment starting with the next academy, because we only have a month left on this one, you can do it in advance by going to historytimes.org and enrolling for the academy to come to get what you have missed this session, this 3 months, and more. Okay, let's call and make the calls now. One moment, brothers and sisters. How do I? Oh. What is it? Go once more.
You now. Your show will go live in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Blog Talk Radio.
All right. We are live. Brothers and sisters on Blog Talk, thank you for your patience. Holding on. Make sure y'all know the rules. Make sure there's nothing playing in the background.
Your show will go live in 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hear that noise?
It's a little static.
Huh?
It's a little white noise.
Okay, let's try it. There's a lot of white noise that's working in the back. Hold on. All right, let's try it.
It's kind of normal, right?
It's normal? Okay.
Don't sound too much out of the ordinary.
All right, that's good. All right, let's go through it. The hunter dividing its prey. How they have calculated a way to have a brother indirectly attack the book. We're setting the record straight. Understand the wiles of the devil and get on code. Do not be dissuaded or distracted or confused. What's going on with the CPAC thing was definitely orchestrated by the devil. All right, let's go. 515-605-9327. And make sure you hit the 1 button, please. Hit the 1. which will assure us recognizing you would like to say something, question or comment. 2-1, we're going to start with yes, a lot of people in tow. Don't worry about it. We have you, Sunshine. We're going to save you because I know you do speed dial. 216 area code first.
Shalom, Elder. Can you hear me?
We can hear you loud and clear. Shalom. Your name and location, and the floor is yours.
Yes, sir. Shathak Rakad of Cleveland, Ohio. Pleasure to be on with you again. Just wanted to chime in on this subject here. And one thing I say is, too, you already know this. You've gone over a bunch of times in the academy. But you got that House Resolution 33 way back in 2007, where the Masons told us that, you know, they are the ones that are funding the education. You got that quote out there from Albert Pike, where, you know, he said that they give us their heroes or give us our heroes, and then they tell them what to do, and then they have them move this way and that way. So I say that goes right into what you said with Young Pharaoh. You know, how is it that this guy can say the things that he said and then still have his platform? If they can cancel the president of the United States, so-called the most powerful man in the free world, you know, how is it that this guy is still operating unless they either want him to operate or he's in cahoots with them? It's one or the other. But at the end of the day, you know, I think, you know, as we know, the Most High is really the one that's driving this whole ship. You know, he's the commander, you know, of the ship, the captain of the ship. And I use Elder Gabar as a example. You know, I remember when that secrets, I was first coming into this truth, and the secrets of Elder Gabar came out. And when I watched that video, it actually, I'm like, man, I respect this dude. It made me look at the GOCC even more. So what I'm hoping is that through all of this, with them trying to actually tear down, you know, us brothers and sisters and using this guy as a tool, that it'll actually make people start to look more into, you know, what their roots are. And then prayerfully, you know, they find our church and, you know, we all make it to the kingdom together. So that's pretty much all I got.
Thank you, brother. He brought up so many good points. But Elder Gabar, you was mentioned. Do you remember the secrets of Elder Gabar being plastered online?
That was a few years back when that brother from California was taking people's tithes and offerings, and there was a brother that was sending him money because he thought that you know, the brother was putting negative seed on that brother, making it seem like we were stealing the money. But then when it's all said and done, he stole their money. Then the brother was crying back to us to try to get the money that he stole, which we told him not to be sending him money. So yeah, I think he secretly recorded a phone call, and he dubbed it the Secrets of Elder Gabar, whatever that means.
And see, this is why some people, you know, that's why we had to organize everything and make sure everything is accounted, because brothers and sisters, you wouldn't believe brothers would get in, like that guy who came in, that guy mentioned, Nathan Ben Satan. He came in. We had a brand new church in Tampa, in Florida. Orlando. Yeah, excuse me, in Orlando. That's Elder Lawyer's area. And this guy was, he was robbing everything from here to Tuesday. And it's like, yo, you know, and people, you know, it's like, yo, these people try to get in position and then steal from people. And it's like, when we bring it out, come to find out, they've been telling people that something is wrong with what we're doing. It's like, nah, everything we do is transparent. So, but the first key is when they start lying to cover themselves. And I'm thanking the Most High that you elders, all you who've worked together with us to run a tight ship when it comes to that, to make sure that everything is up front and that what belongs to the Most High goes for the Most High's people and the initiative for them, right? But then the brother pointed out, Elder Gabar, that what really solidified his position as far as liking or wanting to be a part of our church was he was looking at a video exposing you, and he gained more respect for you dealing with it righteously. So when guys be putting out this exposing stuff, they really be exposing themselves. You know, but hey, Gabar, it seemed like your mic went out. You can unmute. Unmute your mic.
Okay, I'm sorry, Elder. Yeah, you know me, I'm an open book. Whatever I was said in secret, I will say it openly. So you can record me all you want. You know, I ain't going to deny it. I'll tell you, you know, in open or in secret, I don't change.
Praise the Most High. And, you know, I've been many times. Don't forget, when Elder called me when I was overseas and I was teaching and doing things over there, and he was just one person and persevered through a lot of accusations and everything else. And look what the Most High has done with New York. You know what I mean? It was, I mean, but, you know, praise the Most High. I mean, I'd be on phone calls and Gabar was like, listen, and he, you know, Elder Gabar, he came a long way. I remember Elder, because a lot of you don't know this, Elder Gabar was an MMA fighter. So I'm on the phone trying to calm him down because he's talking about, you know, doing breaking people's back and stuff. I'm like, bro,
putting my hands like Nehemiah in the Bible, not
yeah.
Like,
I'm like, listen,
what you laying hands on people.
I'm like, Elder, you have to realize our people are coming from all types of dysfunctions, and we have to. The Bible tell you they're hard-headed, stiff-necked, and rebellious, and we can't blame them for being what they are. We have to guide them, help them. And he's like, listen, yeah, but a quick two-piece ain't going to take away from us helping them afterwards. And I'm like, no, but Gabar came a long way. I'm just making a joke, but brothers come in the truth, and and sisters too, they'll drive you into carnality, and to responding to them carnally, and we have to be very careful with that. But and listen, people can expose what they want. At the end of the day, we must be doing something that the Most High know is good. Okay, that He know is right. If it's worthy of being exposed. If it wasn't nothing here, as far as work is concerned, there'll be nothing to expose. So I thank the Most High for the opportunity for that too. 831 area code. Let's go.
I just want to say one thing in dealing with the caller who called in. As we mentioned earlier, I know he mentioned that he's probably in cahoots with him, or that's probably a thing.
I don't think so.
We don't necessarily believe that. You know, it's become very, I guess you would say, popular when people go against the grain, or they go in a particular direction where you're questioning to say, well, he must have sold out to the Illuminati. Yeah, we don't believe it's that deep. Is that deep? We just believe that, you know, our people are being used in where they are in their walk. They're just being used unknowingly. Yeah, that's what it is.
Yeah, it's his ideology that they can utilize. So it's not that they are like he's been put up as some type of prop or some type of, you know, put in a position to dissuade our people like some government informant. Right. I don't believe Pharaoh is far from any of that. I believe the brother's passionate. Mm-hmm. I believe that, you know, that he has good intentions too. Mm-hmm. But I also believe that they understood what they can use in his stance against the Bible. They knew that the attacks would leave off from them, and that the people listening to him, predominantly black people who believe in the Bible, grew up with people in the church and grew up with their family in the church, would hear his argument against Judaism and begin to question the validity of the book. This is how calculating they are. They knew that they could use him. They can give him a more broader platform through the mass media to influence us not to believe, our children. See? So they didn't have to say, well, listen, here's what we're going to do. And it's a round table discussion. And young Pharaoh got an Egyptian snake behind him saying, okay, this is how we're going to do it. Nah. They knew his ideology would be troublesome.
Right.
Would actually be what you would call a bump in the road for those who believe in the Bible. So this is how Esau worked. Like, yo, this guy right here, he got 500,000 subscribers, blah, blah, blah. But guess what? He's using the guy we got to say that, you know, the Egyptian Exodus never happened. So he believed that history. So when he attack us by proxy, he'll be attacking the Israelite movement. Boom. Let's invite him to CPAC. Oh yeah. Oh no. Matter of fact, we're canceling him. He anti-Semitic. So now all the people that was behind Ice Cube, when they was claiming that he was anti-Semitic, that was behind that was standing up for Nick Cannon and Deshaun Jackson because they found out they were Israelites, and now we started being behind him. They say, but this guy don't believe in the Bible. Let's just say he's anti-Semitic. Man, Esau is strategic, man. And they think we could take that same energy of now people being anti-Semitic and be behind one who claimed that the Bible doesn't exist, the history of the Bible doesn't exist, and therefore there's no need for us to believe they're Israelites.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Calculating. But I'm glad the brother called, and I thank you last week who said that we need to look into it. Because looking into it, I seen the devil's hands all over it from the media side. Young Pharaoh is doing what he does. Mm-hmm. And I don't disparage, or I'm not against that brother in any way, but I know that what Pharaoh beliefs were concerning the Bible, but they wanted to highlight that as a stumbling block for young people, for our people. Let's go. So I pray that Pharaoh look at this and look at the history we have concerning the archaeology that gives the Bible validity to prove that the Exodus did happen. And guess what? I'm also offering where if Pharaoh wants to reach out to me and talk with me, not publicly and all that, and we can just talk it out so that egos don't get in the way, I'm willing to sit with him and give him the whole breakdown of the Hyksos and all of our history before we became Israelites to prove that we were Egyptians, but yet we had a different bloodline living in Egypt. I'm willing to give him that privately, because I know when it's before, when the camera's on, people got to put on their egos and all that, and then there's going to be some negative and you know, thereby thwarting any constructive build that we could have as a people, right? But I'll give him that if he wanted. But he may be sealed in his conviction concern against the Bible, and he have a right to do that too. But I'm setting the record straight so that those who seen his video could now come over here and say, well, okay, this is what Pharaoh said concerning that, but Pharaoh didn't have understanding on those precepts. So he didn't prove anything. He didn't prove that the Exodus didn't exist because he don't know the Bible.
And Elder, may I also add, you know, what these people understand that if you go to Africa, there's a major, movement of Africans waking up to the fact that they're Israel.
Absolutely.
And they also waking up to the fact that all these names they are now going themselves by, they're using, is actually been a curse to them, because now you got the Bantu doesn't deal with the Nigerians, the Nigeria don't deal with the Ashanti, and they realize, what, we're all Israelites. So there's an awakening, and it's been an awakening for a long time. So what I tell the Kemetic brothers that are dealing with black cultures and the different spiritual system, whatever you want to call it, Judaism, biblical principles, that's been in Africa before the white man touched it. That's been recorded. Arabic explorer, before the white man went to Africa, recorded finding Hebrews, finding people with the Torah. So they got to get up this thing that this is a white man's book. Yeah, they stole the book and they made it their own. But why take away one of the powerful weapons in history? This book. We should take this book and say, this is ours. We're gonna take this book back. And he should commend the brothers from Africa. They are waking up and taking this book back, rather than setting up a $50,000 competition to any rabbi that the Jews never existed. And it's asinine. You can't prove it. There's no way you could say or convince anyone that the story of the Bible did not happen. Yeah, you could say that it's from the Israelite point of view or what have you, but there's a plethora of evidence of the people writing about the Hebrew Israelites and talking about the people of the book. So They should just drop that book. It's futile to argue. You know, whatever point he wants to bring out, and for the betterment of the people, whatever that is, he should bring that out and leave the Bible alone.
Yeah.
That's what you should do. You just leave the Bible alone, because you're going to find yourself. You're going to be alienating more of your followers or more people than you think.
Yeah.
There's an awakening, and it ain't happening in Kemet.
That's right.
It's the Bible. It's an awakening. So he should go with that train rather than going against it.
And Gabar, off of him, real quick though, right? That going back to Africa Con and the Africanism and Afrocentrism that galvanized the movement in the 70s and 80s is over.
It's over.
Yeah.
All that, we see the con now.
Yeah.
So the whole thing is, there's no way you can push Africa with, we got Africans calling us in numbers saying, how do we baptize in the gathering of Christ Church? How do we become Israelites? How do we learn this? Because we've been following y'all for a long time. Africans are converting to their original bloodline and history as being Israelites. So when you got Africans now renouncing Africanism, that leaves it where these so-called people that's dealing Egyptology and all that, they don't even have a leg to stand on anymore. And I'm so glad that I spent some time living in Egypt. Mm-hmm. So let me tell you folks, and see, that's because our people aren't learned and traveled. The people in Egypt don't know what the Hades and Egyptologist in America is, or Egyptology. It's like, what is that? They'll tell you that the Bible is correct. They'll tell you. They're going to a story of Isaac and Jacob. I'm talking about those who have generations back to ancient times of Egypt. The Egyptians will tell you that our people, they honor Joseph till this day, who helped the famine. So by you crapping on the Bible and its history and archaeology of our place in Egypt, you are offending actual Egyptians who are from the land. You are offended. You'll go over there and they'll tell you that's a bold-faced lie. We have the history of the Israelites here. We honor Joseph here. They honor Joseph of the Bible almost as a god over in Egypt. So the con game of going back to Africa is over. Everything is falling, folks. And what's growing in number as we speak? At the same time, the Afrocentrism is falling. The conscious community, all that stuff is going nowhere. The Christian church is falling. What's on the rise, brothers and sisters? This is what the Most High said would happen. The truth of this Bible and us being the people of it is on the rise. And they've been charting that, which will be our broadcast next Wednesday. Our broadcast next Wednesday, Elder Gabar, will be, that's right, re-examining the Philo Project. Re-examining the Philo Project. Esau have been watching black churches. Matter of fact, let me see how I'm going to title this. AC. White rulers have been watching black churches. Woo! White rulers have been watching black churches. Hey, I need that title. And under that, in parentheses, the Philo Project next Wednesday. Oh, we're gonna blow the roof off of that one. 404 area code. Let's go. 404. Shalom.
Shalom, brothers. How y'all doing?
Shalom. Your name and location, and we're doing fine, brother. How are you? Yes, we can hear you.
Good, good. My name is Malcolm Hill. I'm in Griffin, Georgia, a little country town outside of Atlanta.
Okay.
I just wanted to say that I think they were never going to have Young Pharaoh to speak at the CPAP. If he thought he was going to properly speak there, I think he's kind of naive on that point. To me, he's just not the type of black person that they would have speaking at the CPAP. When they invited him, I think pretty much they knew that they were not going to let him speak. I think this is the last desperate move by the synagogue of Satan, along with the jab. If this was a football game, this would be an onside kick by the synagogue of Satan with 30 seconds left in the game because Jacob is about to rise.
Hey man,
Yeah. If I could make one more point.
Go ahead. We may take that last thing and make an excerpt out of it, but go ahead.
The Hebrew and Bible Academy, I'm in my second one.
Yes.
And I'm actually a chiropractor, and I came out of chiropractic school actually $150,000 in debt. Thanks to the Most High, I have been able to pay that off. But to pay 1,000 times less for the Hebrew and Bible Academy, the public education system, I almost just feel like I was just robbed. Because the things that you guys see is awesome. And so I just want to call and thank you for the work that you guys do. I did receive the calendars yesterday as well. They're beautiful.
Thank you.
This is my first time calling, but just wanted to say thank you for the work that you guys do. I appreciate it.
Hey, brother, what I want to say, even with the Hebrew and Bible Academy, with all the research and books, and I mean, folks, I got a Josephus here from 1816. Okay. They can't hide nothing anymore. But anyway, brother, do you know that we've been dealing with this academy for a lot of years, and we've never went up in price? It's $150 for 3 months, and that have never changed. Knowing
Brother,
the conditions of
that's a blessing because of the things that you teach is awesome. It's just awesome.
You see what we went into with the virgin birth, but I'm going to give you the chart.
Yes, Diana.
Oh,
child. You even brought out the Michael Jackson music. I was like, wow, this is deep.
Oh yeah, man. When it came, and guess what? No one have tied that rock to Christianity and Islam. And wow. Esther, who's being worshipped in Easter, this coming
yes.
every spring solstice. Do you know that information wasn't out there? How the Kaaba stone and the ancient Babylonian Kaaba stone is linked to Christianity as well as Islam? That's nowhere out there. The goddess that they both serve together. Oh yeah.
It's just awesome, man. It's just awesome.
Hey, check this out. The argument of the virgin birth. We're going to pick it up this coming Sunday to show you that the pagans were trying to push their rendition of the virgin birth with opposition, and that there was records there by the original church saying that they know who Christ's lineages is through, and that on either side, Luke and Matthew, that the historians, the first century church after the disciples, says it's Joseph on both sides. That history will be showed with the charts that were there during the argument this coming Sunday. Woo! Thank you, brother.
I can't wait. Thank you.
All right. We're going to start it with that. All right. Let's go down the line. 313 area code.
313, that's me.
How you doing, sister?
Hi. Can you hear me?
Yes. Name and location.
My name is Miss Turner. I'm located in Detroit, Michigan.
The floor is yours. And please turn us off in the background, please.
Okay, everything is off.
Okay.
All praises to the Most High God of Israel. I'm so excited that I got in contact with you guys because I have sent the email a couple of times and no one has gotten back to me. However, I've been watching you guys for 2 months now, And everything that you guys been speaking, it has been resonating in my spirit so strong. The Most High is using me. I'm a mother of 8 children, and it's important that I get this truth in my spirit to where I can teach my children and guide them the right way, because we grew up in a church. We've been in a church ever since 2000, and my children and I just knew over the years growing in the church that we wasn't getting the whole truth, because my children, they are very spiritual by birth, and they just was asking me questions that I never really could answer.
Okay.
So somehow the Most High led me to you guys. I am truly, truly blessed by the teachings. Me and my 8 children, we are listening to the videos, but my whole goal is to find a body, so you say, where we can come and study this word and get the truth. Because we used to go to church, we was faithful, but now I want to be faithful in going into the body to where they are preaching the truth like you guys.
Okay,
we need
sister.
to know the truth.
Okay, okay. So, do you have anything on the topic, or you just want us to make sure Elder Dale reach out to you in Detroit?
Well, I do have some on topic. As far as the topic for tonight.
Okay,
Young
before you
Pharaoh,
go there,
yes,
hold up. Before you go there, give me your name, because we have your phone number already. Give me your name so that Elder Dale can reach out to you.
My name is Taniko Turner. Please reach out to me, please. I'm in Detroit, Michigan.
Okay, we got that. All right, what's your point? Dale will reach you. What's your point?
Okay, speaking on the topic with Young Pharaoh, I have been watching him for about a year and a half, and you know, he's speaking a lot of truth and a lot of facts, but I think he's going off like the scientific way of science, the way science would do it. And, you know, he's not really clear, you know, well, as far as teaching the people, he needs to have that Bible in front of him, because the Bible, it teaches what's going on now. It's nothing more realer than that word that's coming out that Bible, and seeing what we've been going through all the years, and even what we're going through now. So I think that if you guys can reach out to him, if he can get in his Bible, he will be powerful. You know, the Most High will use him mightily, you know, because I've been watching his teachings. He's against the, what they call that, the holidays, like Christmas. He breaks it down real good. He breaks down Easter real good. So even listening to him a year ago, let me know that I was celebrating pagan holidays. So that's kind of woke me up, you know, also, you know, because he would speak about the pagan gods that was behind the holidays, and that they are devils.
I understand what you're saying, but that's weird in of itself, that he would be against Christmas and pagan gods and not realize that those days were worshipped in Egypt too.
Yes, absolutely. So he probably
he don't know.
He didn't have the elders.
Yeah, he don't know. But sister, let me put you on hold. Yeah. Della be calling you up, because we do need room, because we gotta go. We have to get the rest of the calls. Okay.
Okay, I just want to say God bless you guys, and I love the work you're doing, and keep up. I'm praying for you. I watch you every day. Every day I'm watching you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. And you will have a call by Elder Dell. All right. Bless you.
Thanks.
443 area code. Then after that, we got 642. 443 area code.
Yes. Greetings.
Greetings.
Elders.
Shalom.
My name is Farah Reed. I'm from Baltimore, Maryland. I'm kind of up in age, so I don't know too much about this Young Pharaoh. But
okay.
I got 4 kids, so I do know about kids.
Yeah.
But I really want to say, this is my first time in the academy, and my money was well spent. I love you guys because I have a very short attention span, and let me tell you, you time enough for me, okay? and I love that.
Praise the Most High.
What I really want to call and say is that here in Baltimore, there's a low-income housing project. The city of Baltimore said that they found high traces of covert in the waste water coming from that building.
I knew it.
Okay? Now they're making it mandatory that all the people living in that building have to get a COVID test. And of course, our sisters are out there with their pen and paper, signing people up, okay, to set them up with COVID testing appointments until they can get a mobile van to go to those projects to give them the shot. Oh, my heart just hurted so bad. And it was so funny because a few months ago, a white woman came on. I don't know if she was in France or Italy, but she was saying that don't send your kids back to school because they're going to be testing the wastewater because they're doing it by her, and they will lock your kids up and you won't be able to see your kids. And I called my son right away. I said, don't send your kids back to school. You're going to have to keep on homeschooling. And he said that he would. So, you know, it's just something now to see that this is actually coming true.
Well, sister, we said this in the beginning of this and in the academy. You weren't in the last academy. Shapat brought out.
No, this is my first academy.
Well, Shapat brought out in the last academy during the news segment that China was testing the stool water of certain schools and certain institutions, and that was in the news. And what I said was the same way they said Wuhan, China, so that make us believe it has nothing to do with us, is how they said Wuhan, and that's where COVID started. And then they started talking about black people. So the whole thing, I said back then that they're going to take these projects. We're going to realize now why they put real police as the guards at in these projects. They're going to be shutting these projects down and making it where people cannot enter or leave due to a pandemic. And this is where it's going. They're going to make it where they can, and they did this in Australia, where they had a full building lockdown where people could not leave the building. They turned that building in Australia into a jail. So they're going to put the whole project on house arrest. And here we are. Thank you for the intel. I'll be going into that more so this coming Sunday. Okay.
And my son works for the government doing pipes and sewage, fixing all that up in your streets and things like that. And he said, Mom, that is such a lie because they have so much stuff in that water. And then I remembered, I was like, yep, that's why I have so many purifications on my taps, because they say you're drinking other people medications. So he said it's hard to even find that because there's so much stuff in the water, you just can't pinpoint that like that.
Yeah, I mean, what a place to look for a disease or a pandemic, wastewater. What aren't you going to find in the wastewater?
Hey man, it's getting tough. It's getting real tough. Let me hold this one for 1 second. I mean, don't forget China started the deal of checking people's, as they claim. You can't believe anything the media is saying. But hey, let's take it to the next step. Let's ramp it up. This is BBC News. We're going to ramp it up on the China tip. COVID-19. Japan asked China to stop anal tests on its citizens. You can't make this stuff up, folks. I mean, what's going on here? Have we woke up in a sci-fi flick or something? So China is looking out for Japan citizens driving through saying, well, okay, not a cavity search. No. This is what they're doing. The gel vibration has now been placed normal into regular civilization, into where we live, the civvies live. And now it's a cavity check. This is what they wanted to do the whole time, folks. They started off molesting us and filling us down, talking about, under the Terrorist Act. And now they want to stick stuff up people's rectum. And Japan say, listen, y'all got to stop. Ain't no checking our citizens. Folks, these are cavity searches. They sticking swabs. This is a Twilight Zone, folks. Someone's having a big laugh, and there's nothing but these Sodom and Gomorrah freaks who are behind all this stuff. So here it is. They're lying, talking about they found stuff. Let me tell you, these tests are a joke. The guy that made the test said that these tests and the way they're testing were made to give false positives. It was made to give false positives. You can test someone and they could be positive with one test, and within the same minute, take another test and they're negative. Within the same minute. It's a bunch of garbage, man. This is war against the poor, against a certain demographic of people. This is war. Like, it's a shame they're gonna lock our people up in these. And you know what? We're gonna, believe it or not, it's gonna be our people enforcing this, locking these people up in the projects who don't have no alternative provisions otherwise, no other place to dwell. Man, Christ is gonna judge these devils. 901 area code. 901. Okay, going to the next call. If you don't pick up, I'm going to the next call. 642 area code. 642.
Hello?
Yes, bless you. You're live with the Gathering of Christ Church.
Oh, blessings to yourself, elders. Thank you for taking my call. I represent the state of the African diaspora, SOAD, which is a government that represents 350 million people diaspora. My question is, how do we work together as a people? I understand you say that we need to fall in line under the Almighty and the commandments, and I agree with it. But where we are not going to all fall in line with the same doctrines, can we not fall in line with some of the same principles?
Well, we would have to have that discussion. Okay, because it depends.
Yeah.
What a brother or sister would have to lay down on the line is what they believe and what they don't believe concerning the principles in the Bible. Because we may agree on one thing, but there may be a principle this guy's operating with to think that it's okay, for him to, get with some children or something. How do we know? So how would you figure that out? That from the principle component, we can work together. How would you figure that out? Give me an example of that.
Well, from my point of view, Elder, I believe in the principles of the Bible. So those are the principles I align with.
Okay.
But I believe that we can align in some areas, in some things.
Again, and I'm with you, brother. Don't think that I'm against you. This is fact finding here. This is getting to solution. If you were put in charge of that, how would you lay that out where two people who believe differently agree on principles enough to work together?
Well, for example, one of our principles within our doctrine is that we actually state out that we do not, we do not condone or we do not associate with anything to do with, for example, sexual abnormalities with anybody. So that's part of our actual doctrine within SOAD. But can I just say, Elder?
Okay. All right.
For example,
I'm going to let you say, but keep in mind, and this is not to disparage what you're talking about. Because here is why Christ came and made a defined line on right and wrong and what we need to do. Because when you put it out there, When this question is asked, there's always gray areas, and it never gets to a final solution. And then, not to disparage because what you want in principle actually is a good idea, but getting there is an entirely different idea. Keep in mind, what I would do is I would write down the principles according to the Bible and ask, are you on board with that? And suppose they're not.
Yeah.
So what I'm telling you is what Israelites are doing and what we were teaching, what we're doing is already out there. We're drawing the line in the sand and people are choosing to stay on the other side. I don't see what else we can agree on outside of being black. And that doesn't work. And we're doing this while time is running out. Right? So I'm with you. But the idea of getting us together simply because we have a common enemy, the power structure, and that we're all black, it's not going to work. I need to know whether or not you're going to sell drugs to my children. I need to know whether or not you believe that a man and woman is what God intended as the head of a family. You understand? I need to know that our principles and our morality, coincides. Like you understand? And even if there's a Muslim, I can see where I can have we can have a conversation mutually on morality and others sitting down with a Muslim. But then I understand that we wrestle not with flesh and blood. I know every time this guy walk in, he's walking in with another God, another spirit attached to him, which can cause chaos at any time. Right?
I understand exactly what you're saying, Elder.
So listen. So I'm gonna let you elaborate, but I'm gonna show you something. Get Matthew the 3rd chapter real quick, Elder Lloyd, and I'm not gonna interrupt you. You can go all the way because I need to bring something out. When they came to look at John baptizing before Christ came on the scene, and I need you to hear what John said. Read.
St. John chapter 3 verse 1. And in those days came John the Baptist preaching in the wilderness of Judea and saying, repent ye, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand.
Read. I need you to go where it says you vipers.
Yes, sir. Jumping down the verse.
So first of all, it was about repenting first. How can I align myself with an unrepented viper? I don't know what this guy's about or this girl about. So the Most High made standards where we can understand who to work with. So when the Pharisees and scribes came up to John, what did John say? Read.
Verse number 7. But when he saw many of the Pharisees and Sadducees come to his baptism, he said unto them.
Now these were well-learned people, leaders amongst our people. He said unto them what?
O generation of vipers.
O generation of vipers, people who've been destroying our people. Read.
Who have warned you to flee from the wrath to come.
Read.
Bring forth therefore fruits meet for repentance.
You must come with fruits meet for repentance. You have to come with what you constructively bring to help our people, starting with admitting what you are doing to harm them. Now, how can they know this without a law? Read.
And think not to say within yourselves, we have Abraham to our father.
So even Israelites couldn't say, well, I'm an Israelite. It was deeper than you knowing that you were Israel. Because we have to know once you're cleansed and once you are amongst us, that old man is not going to come up and destroy us from the inside. Read.
Think not to say within yourselves, we have Abraham to our father, for I say unto you, that God is able of these stones to raise up children unto Abraham.
Exactly. So there's a clear distinction on what one needs to do if they're going to work with us. This kumbaya, let's everybody get together, because it's never going to work unless we have a clear platform with directives that we can all agree on. And it's not subjective. Okay, two cannot walk together lest they be agreed. And while your organization might have good intentions, the Most High already made an organization. It's called the kingdom. And there's only one way to get in. But go on. I'm listening.
Okay, so from my perspective, first of all, my alliance is with the Almighty first. Then it's to my family and my church, GOCC. And then it's to my government, SOAD, who is led by the Queen of Sheba III, as in the Bible, the Queen of Sheba III. And I believe under this leadership, this great leadership, it has come at a time that is a prophetic time. And for example, very quickly, I'll be very quick. One of the things that we've established listening to your conversations is we've established our own currency that comes from Jamaica in the Maroon Akinpong, the indigenous people of Jamaica. We've taken that currency and made it an international currency for the diaspora called the Lumi. Now, this is something that is empowering us as a people as total. For another example, the Queen of Sheba has said, we will not take the vaccine within our diaspora. So these are another thing that we can align under. Now,
hold up, brother. Let's reel this back. Let's reel this way back, especially when you're going to put our name, the Gathering of Christ Church, with the Queen of Sheba. Let's take our time. Let's hold up. Let's take our time. Because I know you didn't say the Queen of Sheba have something to do with this. In the same sentence of the Gathering of Christ Church.
Okay. I've said what I've said.
Okay. All right. So now I need understanding. What do the Queen of Sheba have to do with what you initially said that we need to do as a people? What is it something that I should acknowledge, this Queen of Sheba?
Well, because, sorry, I missed the last point, Elder. Sorry.
Who is this Queen of Sheba? Just don't talk around. We're going to focus on Queen of Sheba.
Yeah. She's the Queen of Sheba of Africa. The Queen of Sheba, as in the line of the Queen of Sheba in the Bible. She's Queen of Sheba the third.
Okay, where does she communicate? How does she communicate?
How does she communicate? I don't understand what you mean.
Is she an entity? Is an ideology? What?
No, she's the Imperial Majesty. The Imperial Majesty.
Okay, where in the... Listen. Where in the Bible can we find this information that comes from the Queen of Sheba? Where in the Bible? Chapter, verse.
Well, I'm not as versed as you are, but in Matthew 12, 4 and 2.
Okay, hold up. Let's get the scripture. Chapter, verse.
Matthew 12, 42, verse 42.
Let's go there. Just relax. Read it, Elder Lawyer.
Matthew 12 and 42. The queen of the south shall rise up in judgment with this generation, and shall condemn it. For she came from the uttermost parts of the earth to hear the words of Solomon, and behold, a greater than Solomon is here.
Okay, so do you know what that means, actually? Or do you think that... matter of fact, I'm not going to tell you what that means. You tell me, because you brought this scripture. What does this mean, brother? That she's going to rise up in judgment?
From my perspective, Elder, it suggests to me in this time that we're living in that the Queen of Sheba will be part of rising up against injustice on the earth.
Okay, so where is she? Where is she?
That's how I read it.
No, I'm asking you, where is she?
She is in Africa.
Okay.
South Africa.
Okay, she's in South Africa. Is she living there? Is she a spirit? What is she? You believe? Do you believe Queen of Sheba is living right now in South Africa?
No, I believe a descendant of the Queen of Sheba is living right now in South Africa.
Okay, who are they? Have they been in contact with you?
This elder, this is absolutely a fact that the bloodline of the Queen of Sheba exists.
Brother,
today.
listen, I'm asking you, brother, you got to answer me. Listen, remember how we was going into how we come on one accord? When I ask a question, I need you to, I don't need you to go any other place. Answer the question because I'm trying to come on one accord with you. Are you saying that some people from the bloodline of Sheba is in contact with you? That's a yes or no.
That's a yes, yes.
Okay, and who is who is that person? What's her or his name?
The Queen of Sheba directly is someone I've had communication with, but the government I represent is SOAD, the state of the African diaspora.
Brother, I'm asking,
Queen of Sheba is
I got to put you on hold, brother, because if you do it once more, all due respect.
I don't understand the question.
If you do it, brother, if you do it once more and skirt around my question,
I just don't understand the question.
Oh, okay. You don't got to understand it. You have to answer it.
Happy to do it if you
okay. No. Are you going to answer it or no? Or should I go to the next call?
Yes, I will. Yes, I will.
Okay, I'm going to ask the question again. Who from Queen of Sheba's bloodline that you said you've been in contact with is talking to you? Who is that person?
Okay, the only person that I could say that I've had communication with her is the actual Queen of Sheba herself.
Herself. Okay, brother, this is where I place you on hold. All right. So what are we to learn from this, brothers and sisters? Because the Most High will allow scenarios to happen in the midst of us so that we can learn from it. When that says the Queen of Sheba shall testify, it's talking about other people, even from other nations, coming to the knowledge of the truth and testifying even against those of our people who would reject the truth. That's all it's talking about. Now, I'm going to show you what happens when you start coming off and saying, well, first of all, my church is GOCC, and I'm rapping with the Queen of Sheba. This is the stuff we're talking about, folks. The stuff we're talking about, how we deal with all this, the ideology of craft, witchcraft and sorcery, and doctrine. Use a scripture that has nothing to do with right now about a spirit of Queen of Sheba. When it says she shall rise up, it's talking about people like her who acknowledged and respected Solomon, would testify that Christ was true. That's all it's saying. But they've made that into an ideology. Mm-hmm. And the Bible tells us, folks, to avoid profane babbling. This is what gets us to nowhere. What this brother needed to do is dismantle whatever he's dealing with and hit that water and repent and learn again. And let Queen of Sheba rest in the grave where she lies. Elder Lawyer?
Yes, sir. I just want to read a verse up. Just one verse up in St. Matthew chapter 12, starting at 41. Yeah. The men of Nineveh shall rise up in judgment with this generation. So should we be looking for the physical men of Nineveh to come and direct us and teach us what we need to do and how to guide us and all this other stuff? The answer is no.
Let me tell you, man, this is, to me, and that's why I can see some stuff, I can see some scams almost a million miles away. Folks, I was raised in North Philadelphia. And if this is nothing like, this is almost like a Nigerian letter came to him from South Africa. I'm a general and I got access to $3.4 billion in the account. And if you send me 3,000, I'll cut you in. This is why we must be on one accord with one sound doctrine. Somebody he's talking to, he believes is Queen of Sheba. But here's the scary thing. Is that he started off saying my church is the gathering of Christ's church. So somewhere, someplace, tonight he was trying to get confirmation from us to allow us to be associated with it. See, I can see right through this stuff because we have sound doctrine. Mm-hmm. No, brother, what you dealing with, you and Sheba and that whole doctrine is of Satan. And there's no coming together under that. We come together under Christ. So dismantle your organization and your currency that's not spending anywhere. Okay?
Let me mention this as well. This is why we're very wary or leery when people come and they say that they're a member of the church, but they have these alternative or these different organizations that they're attached to, or these different things they're attached to. There's no way possible that we can attest to or even speak for whatever it is they claim that they stand for, these separate organizations. That's why we're very careful when it comes to that.
Yeah. And can you imagine me sitting here with Lawyer? And I'm sitting here with Lawyer on one side, and I got this guy. He's like, yeah, what you say? I'm like, brother, who you talking to? Listen, be quiet. Queen of Sheba's talking.
I was gonna say, didn't she come to us for wisdom?
She came to us for wisdom. Exactly. Queen of Sheba came to us.
She came to Solomon.
He's going to Queen of Sheba.
Right. Wow.
Queen of Sheba came to us, and he's going to Queen of Sheba.
Right.
Listen, man, I don't know what you on, but the Bible says you ain't supposed to be dealing with it. Mm-hmm. This is why they want to come with, well, isn't there other ways we could actually come together? And usually when they come, like this how they came to Christ and the disciples, folks. They have their, like Simon Magus. Yeah, man, that Holy Spirit you're using, I'm sure would like to use some of that. No, there's no organization or currency that you're going to have in the United States. And you definitely ain't going to have the Gathering of Christ Church co-signing it. 432 area code. Let's go. There's some stuff out there. Boy, some stuff out there, isn't it? And I can't even bring Elder Gabar on. Elder Gabar, where Elder Gabar at? Where he at? I'm gonna bring Elder Gabar. I am glad Gabar wasn't on, because I know Gabar was probably, he probably almost fell off the seat. Hey, hold up, Elder Gabar.
Yes, tell that brother, tell the Queen of Sheba to join the academy.
Woo! Hey, talking about the woman of the South. Lord, and then you got some foolishness that you even told me about. Some guys talking about Israel as Africa.
Yeah, that's out there too. And there's a video out there that's circulating, and that's.
Lord have mercy. Elder Lord, this is what we have to deal with on a regular basis. I mean, Lord. 432, talk to us.
Hey, how y'all guys doing? All right, my name is Troy. I'm currently live here in Texas right now, West Texas.
Yes.
On that brother Young Pharaoh, man, I heard a couple of his videos, and kind of, I'm with Christ 100%, man. All day, every day.
Yeah.
Genesis 6. If you actually, I don't know if you guys agree with this, but Genesis 6, when it talks about the sons of men, the sons of, I don't know if it's the sons of God, going into the daughters of men.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So, pretty much, was that all dated around Egypt at that time? Because I believe the book of Enoch.
No, that's pre-flood.
Uh-huh.
That's pre-flood.
Okay,
but it did happen again.
Pre-flood, yeah.
But it did happen again in the Mesopotamian area, and a lot of pharaohs were from that bloodline.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So when you think about that, the book of Enoch, according to the book of Enoch, those when they start doing all the splicing and showing the men, showing us all this stuff, how to splice and all this stuff that we never knew.
Yeah.
The knowledge, it's all knowledge.
Yeah.
But I don't know if you guys agree with this, but that's where all the Egyptology stuff come from.
Yeah.
So while brother Young Pharaoh out here talking about, oh, we did this and Egypt that. Well, all that came from the fallen angels. Anyway, bro. We they was worshiping false gods, deities, than the one true living God.
Listen, my answer to those guys when they start claiming we did this and we did that. Okay, so So how do we get from under the foot of the white man again with all the knowledge we got now? With all the knowledge you have ascertained from ancient Egypt, you would think that you would have that knowledge to actually rule at this point. So don't tell me about what we used to do without giving me the knowledge on how to institute it now to benefit our people. So only thing they're doing, I'm gonna tell you, the only thing they're doing, they're just flattering people. They're making us feel good about something. You know,
the black people, and then the black people give into it. Oh yeah.
We used to do this. Yeah. Yeah, we used to do this. We used to do that. All right, that's cool. And you know what Esau gonna come back with? Yo, I need fried onions on that. I need fried onions on that burger. Okay.
Yeah.
Flip it 2 times because I like it. I like it red in the middle.
Yes, sir. Because the Bible says Esau is the end of the world, and Jacob is the beginning of it that follows.
Yeah, thank you, brother. I'm gonna place you on hold. So, you brought some real good points, brother. Great point. I'm telling you. I'm gonna tell you, folks. People, we're no longer impressed by people blowing smoke anymore. Yeah. All that we used to be this and used to be that is of no consequence right now. And if you can't tell us how we lost it, we all that end up in the belly of some ships ruled by the white man. So no, don't sell me some fantasyful history to make me feel good about what I used to be. It doesn't work anymore. We did this and we had the science and we metaphysics. We did this. Okay, yeah. And look at our people now. How do we have all that and lose it? And when you go into that, they don't want that conversation because there's nothing that they've read in their history books or on the walls of Egypt that can actually tell them how we lost power. They would need to actually go into the Bible to figure that out. We were disobedient to our God. And I don't understand how you can go into Egyptology and all these other even pagan religions and don't know that there's a consequences in those religions for what? For disobeying the gods they serve. That's actually within any history, including the pagans, that there's a consequence for disturbing the gods. So how can you understand that story and not understand that if we were given the law and had everything, that there will be a consequence for breaking the law of that God? See? So don't come to me what we used to be when what we used to have doesn't benefit us and get us out of this situation now. I don't want to hear that crap. That's just saying, yeah, you think the white man have something? Look what we had. Well, listen, the white man has less and ruling your behind. So take that crap, back to Africa, blowing smoke up people's rear end crap anymore. We're not listening to it because it's not benefiting, like the sister called in, that family who's living in the projects and they're about to shut down that whole building under this corona COVID crap. That's not helping them in what technology and understanding we used to have. And guess what? That information didn't come from our people in particular, or if you think you are an Egyptian. That information that the Egyptians ascertained came from fallen gods. Okay? That's who it came from. It didn't come from our people. Fallen gods taught the Egyptians those things. And it came with a price. Usually that price was the sacrifice of your own children. So don't talk about the good stuff and all the technology that came without the sacrifices that were made for it. And it was usually the blood of our own children. And tell me you didn't know about child sacrifice in Egypt, you Egyptologist. (250) area code.
Hey, what's up, Elder Ricard, Elder Lawyer, Elder Kabar? So going, my name is Martin from the Edmonton body.
Shalom.
I'm a Gadite from Bitchute, BC. It's a village up there near Fort St. James. Quick testimony, how I found you guys was I had a dream about two black people teaching me about the Bible. Then 5 years later, I found you guys on YouTube. I saw your video, and I'm like, these two guys are the guys I saw in my dream, and I've been following you guys ever since.
Man, praise the Most High.
But anyway, there's people like getting us confused, Gadites, with Egyptians, like saying we made serpent mounds and all that. Like, I have never met one Gadite brother or sister that said, hey, man, these serpents are cool, like snakes or anything. Like, we hate snakes, right?
Okay.
You know what I mean? And all that, trying to tie us in with Egyptians, like the Gadite brothers, like, doesn't make no sense at all, right? You know what I mean?
Well, I'm going to tell you why that there's some similarities in some of the past history. And that's because our people, the 10 tribes that were split in 721, came over to the Americas and began to practice some of the same paganism they fell to when you read 2 Kings 17. So when historians and archaeologists find some of that history, that's the tie-in. When they see the pyramids of Mexico, they relate that to the ancient constructs that were in the old world. So it's through archaeology and certain practices that they actually tie them two together. And now when it comes to that, there is a similarity, and it has nothing to do in particular with the Gadites per se, more so than the gods they fell to. So that's where they try to, it's not like every Gadite is saying, okay, I'm going to build a totem pole. Okay, I'm going to worship this God or that God. And that's a shame. That's a stereotyping that comes with Gad, the same way that there's certain stereotypes that come with us. We don't all, well, I like watermelon and chicken, but I'm sure I met people who don't. So, I mean, that's the way it is. That's the way it is. With each race, going to come stereotypes. With each tribe, going to come stereotypes. Like all Mexicans don't like to work and build stuff, but that's a stereotype that comes with them. Right? So
yeah.
So what I do is I ignore that and ignore the stereotypes, because that's a futile battle. The real battle you need to become a part of is what we're doing right now. Getting into those scriptures, understanding how we're the children of Israel, you're a tribe of Gad, and it's time for you to wake Gad up. We need that warrior spirit that comes with serving the Most High righteously. The use of the bow, the use all that understanding that Gad had. Man, guess what? I was looking into something with Gad the other day, brother, and do you know that Esau purchased Long Island from the Gadites for $26?
No, I didn't know that. I know a lot of other stuff. But
No, it was just on. I was looking at this special. Come to find out, they bought the whole Long Island of New York off of Gad for $26. Man, what a deal!
Over here in Western Canada, BC, up here, we suffered pretty bad. My dad went to residential school, and his dad before him, like all that real horrible stuff, you know. And my dad told me stories about how they weren't allowed to read the Bible, and the Bible was written in Latin, right? And the stuff that you look up, Lee Jack Residential School, that's where my dad went to, and it's real horrible stuff.
Let me ask you, what tribe of Indian you're from? I mean, out of the Indians here, what tribe?
We're called the Carriers.
The Carriers?
Carrier tribe. Yeah, Carrier tribe.
This is what I need you to look into. This is what I need you to look into real quick, right? I need you to look into the Apache. The Apaches fight with the Vatican over a mountain. Type that in.
That's funny. We're cousins to the Apache.
But check it out. The Apaches know that there's certain mountains that have walkways or gates where you can go onto the mountain and you can be on one part of this earth and go to another place. And they were fighting the Vatican over this. This is real-time history where they know that there's gateways, portals on mountains. And I'm going to leave it there. Now we're going into the return of the gods, week 12 of the Academy, when it says they came down on Mount Hermon and how they were able to teach mankind certain things, that those locations are strategically in the earth, and the Gadites knew it. And they battled for an area and put 18 telescopes there, 666, knowing that it's an open area in Arizona where, that's right, the spiritual realm enters our plane. I don't know if you're in this academy, brother, but you want to hear about this, at least week 12. I'm going into week 12 real time, how the Vatican is looking to take certain locations that belong to Gad because these are portals. These are places for escape. Okay? So.
All right, brother. Can I throw something else in there?
Come on, let's go.
You know, you could type in the name of our reserve. It's called Tache. It means
spell that for me.
We travel by water, right?
Spell that for me.
Tachie. In our language, it means we travel by water, right? And
spell that for me
it's
again.
It's way up in the middle of nowhere.
T-A-C.
H.
Go ahead.
I-E.
T-H-I-E. And that's the?
No, T-A-C-H-I-E.
T-H-C.
T-A-C-H-I-E.
Huh?
T, letter A is an apple.
Yeah.
C-H-I-E.
Oh, Tachi. Okay, go on. Thank you, lawyer.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anyway, up there on like middle of nowhere reserve, right? That's where I'm from.
Yeah.
For some reason, they sent vaccinations up there. They all got vaccinated up there. Middle of nowhere, right? And they're sending a second round of vaccinations up there too. Right?
Damn shame.
Yeah. And what does that place got to do with COVID, right? We're talking way out in the middle of the bush.
I'm gonna tell you, it's what the Bible tell you. It's a desolation of abomination. It's finished. Them finishing what they couldn't finish in 70 AD. They coming after all of the 12 tribes of Israel. And the first round of the war is voluntary compliance to death. And I'm going to be going into that this coming Sabbath. Thank you, brother. And let me get I got your number. Write this number down for me, Elder Lawyer. Right, and give me your name again, and we're going to call you.
My name is Martin. I'm part of the Edmonton body.
Edmonton,
and shout out to Officer Riz and Deacon Dave.
All right, shout out. Thank you, brother. We hope to do some work with all the brothers there. Believe it or not, we're going to be traveling there soon, so I hope to meet you. Okay? Give us.
Bless you, man. Bless you.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, bless you, brother. It's nice speaking with you. I wish I could take all the calls, so we're gonna run through these. We're gonna try to limit these to at least 2 minutes per. 831 area code.
Hello?
Shalom, you're live with the Gathering of Christ Church.
All right. I was thinking about the Egyptologists and how you were saying, like, what are we supposed to come up under? And I'm looking at it, and I'm thinking, people, as adults, they're comfortable with what they got going on, but what they don't think about is what that worked for their children. Like, would this Egyptology thing work for their children? What does it say their children don't even follow it? There's nothing it just leaves their children lost. But the Bible, I have seen it kill more people. You got people who probably had issues with their mothers, and now they're at peace with them. You probably had, like, marriage is about to end, and it's saved now. And now I'm looking, there's a bunch of children growing up who are not going to be lost. They're going to know exactly what to do, and it's going to be able to be passed down for generations.
Yeah, great point. And it's a shame because, thank you. And I think what the sister is saying in a nutshell, to deal with all these different alternative ideologies is really a selfish act in of itself, not realizing how it's going to affect the children. And what I found out about these conscious community, you go out the way they hang out, it's the same spirit. When you know what I mean, the word poet doing the spoken word and poetry and all this stuff there, it's the same stuff. An opportunity for someone to find a woman with someone with a nose ring that's totally out of order and smoke a blunt. At the end of the day, there's no order whatsoever in those ideologies. That's what it come down to. Man, they don't tell you that on that place every weekend with Erykah Badu, The Roots, and others used to go down to that place where in Atlanta where the Nuwabics was. They don't tell you about they was having straight freak and get high parties all up on there. And you won't have one of the Nuwabics that will come on and say that what I'm saying is incorrect, because I know people who've gone there. Come on, let's go. Let's see. I'll take one more, then we'll bring in Sunshine, because I know she has a list. 985 area code.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, I'm doing good. Hello, family.
I'm doing well.
I'm Elena. I'm calling from Louisiana.
Okay.
Thank you for taking my call, Elder.
Are we playing in the background, sister? Are we playing in the background? You don't have us in the background.
No, I have everything turned off.
Okay, it sounds like I have feedback, but go on.
You can hear me?
I hear you going.
Okay. I remember you playing a video when it had all these questions, and it was about the COVID thing and how it was like COVID, that so many people supposed to be dying, but you hear no ambulances or anything like that. So lately, since they've been administering this shot, I have been hearing a lot of ambulances, all hours of the night, day. I even brought that attention to my kids because they watch the videos with me. And I say, y'all see and hear all these ambulances we're hearing all times of the night and hours? And they say, yeah, Mama, we hear it. So I just wanted to throw that out there. And also, I work in the school system, and they sent home letters to all the employees telling us that we have to take mandatory vaccine shots in order for us to keep our jobs to be around the kids. And after they sent those letters home, they came around the principal with a list of every employee in the school, and they asked you personally, are you taking a shot, yes or no? So, of course, I said no, and a lot of people on the list said yes, and I know a lot of people that has already taken the shot.
Okay.
As well. I've been calling my family, checking on them, telling them not to take it. And I reached a lot of people, but I called my oldest uncle, my great uncle. He the only one living. And I said, Uncle, don't take that shot. I said, it's killing people. He said, why I don't take it? I said, don't take it, Uncle. He said, I don't know, I already took it. And my heart just fell. It fell in my stomach. I said, Uncle, don't take no more. Just don't take no more.
Well, it's like this. Well, thank you, sister. And what you read, I'm going to give you some advice. Get ready to lawyer up. If they try to fire you for not using or taking a medical procedure, which is against your contract, you have legal grounds to sue their behinds. So get ready to lawyer up. Don't get frustrated about it or nothing. They don't know that you know your rights as an employee, and you didn't sign no contract that will allow them to force you to take a medical procedure. Okay, so even though they'll put that out there with threat of the job, they know legally they don't have a leg to stand on for those who understand law. So don't make us think about it. Okay, because you'll probably get way more out of it if they fire you for not, because it's not because you're insubordinate or you're not producing or actually doing the duties you signed a contract to do. I didn't sign a contract to voluntarily take a medical procedure. It's for me to do a job, and I'm good at this. So don't worry about it. If you want to fire me for not taking a medical procedure, make sure you use those words. So you're firing me because I'm not taking a medical procedure, correct? And make sure you have your phone recording the conversation. You don't have to have it all out. Record the conversation. No job, no employer anywhere can force one to take a medical procedure, because long term, you're the person that have to deal with the long term effects if that thing does something to you. Not to say it will, but the school don't have to worry about that. They'll just replace you. Okay, so I'm gonna leave it there. Okay, lawyer up. Get your lawyer ready. All right.
Elder, one more thing. Let me throw this out.
You have to make it quick, sister, because we're at the top of the hour.
Okay, well, there's how they're pushing this transgender things with our kids. They have kids at the school that I'm working at that you have to identify them as what they want to be. There's a girl there. She's 11 years old, and she is transgender. She's a girl, but she identifies as a black boy.
They doing it.
And
there
you
it
have
is.
to, and you see what I'm saying? And
yeah.
It's wild, Elder, but I just wanted to throw that out there. I love y'all.
Well, sister, thank you, and thank you for all your support, and stay strong, and you know what I mean? Stay prayed up and get lawyered up, because it's time for you to probably get out of there anyway, and guess what? They'll probably give you a good settlement on your way out the door. All right? Bless you.
Amen.
All right. All right. Let's see. We're well behind the time. 917. Then after that, I'll bring in. I'm sorry if I didn't get a chance to get to your call. We're gonna get to Sunshine next, and then we'll just wish you all Godspeed. 917 area code.
Hello?
Yes, you're live.
Hello, Elder?
Hello.
Hello? Could you hear me, Elder?
Yes, I can hear you. We're waiting, and time is ticking. You had 2 minutes.
Yeah. I just saw. My name is Hailey Mariam.
Okay.
And I'm calling from New York. Yeah, I would just like to let you know, I like the subject that you put concerning Young Pharaoh and stuff like that. Yeah, Pharaoh, I like to say quickly, Pharaoh means well, but he's very often the subject that he's trying to put forward, you know, and Pharaoh has to learn that left and right are the same all through the game. They are the same. From Donald Trump all down, he just needs to learn that all is ruled by the Zionist organization. He just needs to learn that, and he'd be right. So
see, but like I responded to lawyer, what do you expect someone to believe in the Bible? I mean, who don't believe in the Bible, what do you expect them to understand? Any rational person with common sense and any level of morality, if they didn't believe the Bible, wouldn't choose Joe Biden. Okay, right. Because you wouldn't choose a guy who have a track record of locking up your people. That's number one. So that's just historically correct. I would all the time. How can this guy claim that he's standing for black equality when he was behind locking up a whole generation of black people? So I'm not defending his point, but because he don't believe in the Bible, if I had a choice and didn't believe in the Bible, I would choose the party that's not pushing the death of our children in abortion, that believe in God.
Yes.
That's not behind this transgender and sex change and all these other things that are directly against our Bible. So if not defending him, but I can understand if those are your two choices. I can understand if someone don't believe in the Bible, how they would lean more towards being conservative than this nonsense of that you see that's going on with the Democrat Party. Look at our communities. I don't know, since I was a baby growing up in North Philadelphia, I don't know a time where there was a Republican in charge of the black community. So this wreck we see as a community now, the only people you can blame for that are Democrats, because we don't vote for no one else. We don't vote for no one else. So you can't say the Republicans have anything to do with this nonsense we call a community. Our war-torn community, you can't blame that on Republicans, because we've only voted Democrat. So I'm not defending him. I'm not defending him. But someone who don't know any better and don't know the Bible, look what they're giving them to choose from. And if it were Joe Biden, okay, I'm saying, yeah, Trump, he's a racist. Even though I don't know him personally, and before he was president, I know every black entertainer wanted a picture with him. But he's racist. Just say if he's racist like you're saying. He's not on record for destroying a whole generation. I'm talking about Trump. It's not on record for destroying a whole generation of young black men and throwing them in jail.
Yeah.
With unequal rights and due process compared to white people. There's no way on record where Trump was outright calling us animals and saying we got to be caged like animals. He's on record, this guy, with that. So I'm not defending him, but if I didn't have the Bible and the truth, I wouldn't choose the others. I wouldn't choose, that party either. In examining my community. My community, we only voted one way. So thank you for your points, brother. Right?
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, anytime. Yeah.
So I don't blame them for that.
The same party. Yeah.
They do. It's two wings of the same.
Yeah. And
it's two wings of. Excuse me, brother, because I got to get to the next call. It's two wings of the same bird. I know that, but someone who don't know the Bible, I mean, you're not giving them much to choose from. So I can't blame him for being conservative, saying the mess of saying it's okay to have our children, our young girls, kill their babies without their mother's permission and all that. Who would choose that? All right, Sunshine. 2 minutes.
Hello? Hi? Hello?
Yes.
Elders?
You got 2 minutes. Roll with it.
Elders. Oh, okay, Elders. Elders, the scripture that comes to mind is for us not to be tossed to and fro by every wind of doctrine. And our people, if not grounded in Christ, we're so tossed. And Esau, the heads of Bozrah and the ruling world powers are bent on trying to keep us in confusion, going to re-educate us, as the Pope said, the youth, and even slay the weak and the old over and over again. And it's like lining us up for the jab and even more. It's a different time it is. We are in Jacob's trouble, but the tactics and the sorcery they use are all the same with some modern advances in technology, but it's the same end. They want the new generations of our people and all of our people who they call useless eaters or goyim to forget slavery existed, to lose our newfound connection with our northern brothers and sisters, and to believe in the media lies and trust in world government and oppression and love it thereon. They want like an America where we are like hushed to sleep, black babies all over again, undisturbed in our wickedness. Otherwise, they wouldn't want America at all. It's like many things that they devise. It is just America is a captive land for God's people. And the heads, they knew that we would awaken in this time. So like in slavery, any person with wisdom from them must die, hence the attacks on the wise and the aged. And the sad part is that our people locked into these assorted religions such as the Black consciousness ideology and Rastafarianism and all the religions that are lukewarm in space, we are the ones that despise one another the most. And the conscious community despise us for telling them about righteousness, which shines a light on their darkness. And other religions hate us for telling them that they are either following another Christ or that they're claiming to love Christ, but they're operating in a rejection of Christ or in hypocrisy. So they're just getting rewards, from men. And the heads, Amalekites, Ishmaelites, all those in Psalms 83, the conspirators against us, Israel, know how hard it is to penetrate us once we believe in a system and we latch on to it. It's so clear that's why they continually push these different religions to ensure that we, the prey, are caught in one net or another without escape. Even if the synagogue of Satan, they pretend, even if they have to pretend to be the attacked as the people that they are not, just to make sure that we, true Israel, will ultimately be attacked. They'll do it. They'll do whatever it takes to trap us as their prey. And like Elder Lawyer was saying, it's like they're the murderer from the beginning. He is a murderer from the beginning, as the scripture said. So they will lie, they will use reverse psychology, cheat, steal, kill, and do every one of the 6 things that the Most High hates, and try to destroy us.
Thank you,
Elder,
sister.
Yes, and I just want to say I thank the Most High and I praise the Most High for this truth, and I pray to never forsake it, for once our seed is planted in truth, that it's harder and harder to believe a lie by His grace. And that's all I want to say, Elder.
Bless you,
all I want
sunshine.
to say. Praise the Most High.
You have a good
Praise
night. Say hello to your
Bless
family.
you.
Bless you.
Oh, yes.
There you go. The Most High is calling back Israel. We're the children of Israel, and we're back. Stay tuned for our Sabbath lesson. We'll be here early, 12 noon this coming Sabbath. If you wish to support the work, the online classes in particular, you would just send to the top Cash App $GOCC 144 donate if you have Cash App. If you don't have Cash App, go to gatheredofchrist.org under donations and hit the drop down, and there's options in which you can donate to help the work, so we can progress the work and do what we need to do to get to our people. And also it helped the elders. We do a lot to bring this information before you. And we put a lot of money and resources and books and others and to show you that we appreciate everything you do for us. We're always that's right, the tip of the spear. Before something go down, this church is here to let you know what's happening, what's going on according to the Almighty. And part of why we're able to do that is the continued support that comes with you, brothers and sisters, who have always been behind us and helped this work and helped this truth. With that, we thank you. Thank you for your support. Go to historytimes.org if you want to enroll in the next academy that will come up from a month from now. And get your calendar. That's right. The calendar for the new year to stay on time for the Sabbath. With that, I say pray. We're going to put it out there. Stay prayed up. Sin not. Thank you, Elder Gabar. We will soon see Zion. Thank you.
Good night.
Good night, elders. Let's go. Shalom. Israel. Let's go.
The East is where we're from. The 12 tribes of Israel. In 721 BC, the Assyrian king, he took us down, we fell. With the great escape we went through the Euphrates. The Lord held the water still. To a land where no mankind dwelt, we went. The 12 tribes of Israel. That's who we be.
Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim, Puerto Rico, and probably from the isles of Hawaii.
The Lord is calling back Israel.
Babylon, from Panama, Cat, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans.
AHAYAH's gathering Israel. The Arabs and Africans told us.
At gunpoint.
Together our wives and children then sold us. In the belly of these great ships we traveled in fear. By the rivers of Babylon we found our brothers here. AHAYAH gather us.
In Colombia, Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans.
AHAYAH's gathering Israel.
Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians.
AHAYAH's gathering Israel.
Reuben from Australia, Issachar, the Mexicans.
That's who we be.
Judah, the Negroes, Benjamin, the West Indians, Levi, the Haitians. Manasseh, the Cubans, Ephraim from Puerto Rico, and Valley from the isles of Hawaii.
The Lord is calling back Israel.
Babylon, from Panama, Cat, the North American Indians, Simeon, the Dominicans.
AHAYAH's gathering Israel.